Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. Good morning. Good Saturday morning or Sunday morning, wherever you live. I don't know where you live. How's everyone doing? Hello, Spidey. Hello, Kawaii Beans. Hello, Soleil. Hello, Neko. Hello, Slender Vexane. Hello, Bakasta. Hi, Matcha. Hi, Luna Creative. Hi, Akamatsu. Hi, Senpai Lettuce. Hi, Contra. Hi, Fur. How you doing? Good morning. Hi, Ramon. All right, so yeah, Genshin. The live stream was. I want to hear y'all's opinion. How did we like it? How did we like the trailer? What was your favorite parts? I want to hear about that first before we begin. Like, what's your opinion on the live stream? Like on anniversary rewards and stuff like that. Because I have my opinions. Hey, Chili Cat, how you doing? Hi, Ishmari, how you doing? Sunrays, what's up? Hey, Animeholic, Sleeping Bear, Sharath, how you doing? Wow, there's so many people here. Hi. Hi, 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 hi. Skara has a giant robot. Yes, he does. The live stream was fire. Yes, it was. Hey, Kim, how you doing? Hello, Mr. Jet. Dottore appears finally. Oh my gosh, Dottore. I'm down so bad for Dottore and Scaramouche. Like it's not even funny. Hello, true god of destruction. Hello, yes. Loving the anniversary rewards, especially the Fates and Primos. Yes, I think it's nice. I think they gave us pretty much the same rewards last time, didn't they? Like 20 wishes and such like that. So I'm good with that because we've been getting a lot of primos because of Sumeru, obviously. So all the exploration and then quests, and we're about to get even more with the desert region. So I'm actually pretty good with what they tease for the anniversary, and we get a free Kale as well for the Spiral Abyss, which is nice for free to play players. Hello, June. How you doing? Spheric Waves. How you doing? What's up? What's up, guys? Fitsu, how you doing? Enjo cameo was a real surprise. That was a treat. I did not expect Lumine and then Enjo to do their little bit. What was it called? Glimmering something? I think like the commemorative trailer. It was really nice. Hello, Gyan Nunez. Nunez, how you doing? Hello, Cheese Font. Hello, Ghost. Scaramouche Eat. He carries every. Yes, he does. But when are we actually gonna play as him? I want to play as him. I want to pull for him. Goodness. So much potential for the next few quests. Sumeru has proven itself as a step up in the storytelling and lore implications. 100%. Having multiple antagonists makes the stakes feel higher. Yes, because at this point we got Dottore and we got the Akademiya, we've got the sand people, the desert people, etc., etc. It's crazy, and we'll talk about it in a second. But it seems like the Archon quests are split up like that. It seems like we're gonna get Dottore and the Akademiya shit, and then we're gonna go into the desert and deal with the Scarlet King stuff. I'm loving it. I'm loving what we're seeing here. The event with Razor Lore has great implications about Varka. Okay, so I'm actually really excited about that Mondstadt event. Not only because we can get Venti crumbs, but we're getting Razor Lore, which is very interesting because I think we might get Andreas crumbs. And Andreas might have been connected to the first Seelie. She might have been the one to actually give his powers to him. Since it said like an ancient god gave his powers to him, and then a drunkard's tale kind of implies that some wolf king met the first Seelie. That wolf king is thought to be Andreas. So I really want to hear more about Andreas. And I also want to hear more about Varka because where is the boy? Where is Varka? Speaking of that whole thing, how do we feel about Mika? I've seen like mixed comments on Twitter. People either love his design or hate it. And I don't know how I feel about it yet. Yeah, no leaks, please. Cheesefon is right. Onion does not do leaks. No leaks, please. I do not do leaks. Sorry, Senpai Lettuce. No leaks. I can't believe what the Abyss is really doing. Is just making pop-up books about the Traveler in Paimon. Yeah. It was cute though. It was great. Also, it was kind of sus. And we got confirmation that Dvalin is actually a bishop. That was something I didn't expect to hear. I mean, we all kind of knew that Dvalin was probably a bishop since he looks so much like one. But it's nice to hear that, which makes me really, really think he is the next generation of like the Seven Sovereigns, probably the one over Animo, and Azhdaha is the one over Geo. And then Kokomi is probably the water one. I don't trust Kokomi. Mika is so cute. Yeah, I like Mika. He's cute. The name I love the name Weinlessefest. I definitely mispronounced that, but I'm sorry. It's just a drinking meet, right? It's just a it's just a festival to get drunk and offer fucking alcohol to the Animo Archon. So Venti, you know Venti's about to act a mess. Hermes, hello. He looks awful from the little bit I saw, but it's from far away and might not look so bad. Yeah, we have to wait until we see him in the event, because I'm just gonna hold off on any critical thoughts about him until we see like an up close in person thing about him. Senpai, he's a bishop. Yes, Enjo called Dvalin a bishop, which was really, really interesting. Yeah, Bethany, I was so happy with that confirmation. Mika looks like a baby chick to me. I know, he looks like a little chicken, and I don't know if it's cute or if I'm like, Yeah, I'm guessing elemental dragons are bishops, yes. Which, I don't know if you saw my list of videos that I want to come out with. But I want to do a video on Ursa the Drake because I personally think Ursa the Drake is really suspicious. All the interactions in the manga that he had with Venti, and then he was just really strange to me. And I want to kind of figure out where he lies. Like, is he a bishop? It seems like all dragons might be bishop-like. And if he is, like, where did he come from? What was his goal? Why did he start hunting down Vanessa's tribe? Because we got to remember that dragons aren't just like mindless beasts. They're really smart and they're super powerful. And Ursa could also communicate with humanity. So I really want to know the story behind him. He's super interesting. Hello, Sam. How you doing? Like elemental lizards, yes. We know that Dvalin is a dragon, so what are bishops like elemental lizards? I think bishops are like baby dragons, basically. Or just straight up dragons, since Enjo called Dvalin a bishop, just straight up. But since we're gonna get Varka lore, are we gonna get Alice lore, please? Can we like see Alice, please? Like I just want to see Alice because her appearance is long overdue. We always just miss her. Something big is going to happen in the desert since Abyss Sibling was like, what choices are you going to make? Yeah, that was really suspicious. I wonder what choices Lumine made, or if you play as Lumine, what Ether made in the desert. Because it's clear that they already went on their whole journey with Dainsleif throughout Tevat. So we got little snippets of their journey in Sumeru, of course, because the sibling is the Golden Varuna, whatever the title is. Nara Varuna, there we go. But I'm interested to see what choices Ether and the Traveler will make in the desert, because when the sibling went, it probably looked a lot different because it was probably during the Cataclysm. So I'm wondering what we'll find. I'm really excited. Ursa the Drake is such an important thing in the menu. Yes, he's so important. He's so sus. June, my theory is that Dvalin was born from the ley lines and feeds on them, same as Ajdaha. That's why he went into hibernation when Durin screwed up Dragonspine. I mean, that would make sense because didn't he just like pop out of nowhere? Like, wasn't that Dvalin's like backstory? He just came into existence one day, which is really suspicious. So I would believe that he came from the ley lines, because I mean, there's kind of a theory that the seven sovereigns and the elements may have been like combined with the ley lines or something at some point, but that's a whole other thing. So maybe he had a grudge against one of the archons. Yes, maybe. I also think it's suspicious that there are like, if you remember at the beginning of the manhwa, there's like two dragons that are flying in the sky, and there's like a backdrop of Celestia, and it's really suspicious. And it, like, a long time ago, I was like, are they employing dragons to do shit for them? Like, what's Ursa doing? I was so confused. He's such an interesting character to me. Alice design, please. Yes, please. I want to see her. Basically, if a bishop grows very powerful, normal people would start calling it a dragon. Yeah, then that makes sense. So basically, they're dragons for all intents and purposes. I wonder if she takes after Klee in looks, or Klee looks like her dad. Okay, so that's a good point as well. People don't talk enough about Klee's dad. Like, who is he? Is he gonna be a playable character too? That would be adorable because I want to play as the whole family. Wouldn't that be cute? Dvalin was born from the ley lines, though. He's an elemental creature. It's in his profile. Yeah, so ley lines. He like popped into existence one day. So ley line shenanigans. What are my thoughts on Catherine being a Fatui robot spy? I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell what Catherine is or isn't doing, what she's been, I guess, programmed to do if she is working for the Fatui. Because we know she is a Snezhnayan little puppet, bionic puppet. That's what Nahida said, right? But I'm not quite sure what her role is and what the role of the Adventurers Guild is in the Fatui's plans. Like, what does it serve? Are they just using adventurers to get shit done into that and get more information about stuff, maybe? I'm not quite sure. But Catherine is definitely... Like, I love Catherine, don't get me wrong, but she is working possibly for the Fatui, maybe. She is a little bit sus. But still, it wrenched my heart to see her get stabbed. It was low-key funny for a second. I was like, damn, they stabbed her, what the fuck? But it was also really screwed up. And we'll talk about that when we get into the trailer dissection that we're going to do in a second. Enjo says Bishop. Yes, Saji. He says he calls Dvalin a Bishop, which is really suspicious. Well, not suspicious, it's just nice. I love that it's canon that Lumine is the Abyss Queen. I pray Mihoyo gives her an abyssal black dress. Well, Senpai Lettuce, they call her princess, not queen. On that note, who do you think they're making a report for? Like, why are they making a report? Who are they reporting to? What is the purpose of this report? Of like going over the Traveler's story. Why is that necessary? Is she reporting to someone? But Paimon did tease that there's probably someone else higher ranked. And that was after We Will Be Reunited. So I think there is an Abyss Queen. And I think Lumine or Ether, whatever, is the Abyss Prince or Princess. But I don't think she's like the main person in charge. He's supposed to be a famous adventurer, so maybe. Yes. I hope he's not an NPC, and who I'm referring to is Klee's dad. I really hope he's not an NPC. I mean, the 7 elements existed before the primordial one came to Teyvat, and if elemental energy equals leyline energy, which equals Irminsul roots, then the Irminsul tree is older than the primordial one, which is weird. Yeah, so it's hard to like conceptualize when things came into being, because I'm thinking the Irminsul tree, like, you guys know that I think it's actually tied to the Moon Sisters. Think of them as like the Norns of Genshin Impact, because the Norns were in charge of watering the world tree, Yggdrasil, however you pronounce it, with the waters from Mimir's well. And they were in charge of keeping it from rotting and decaying. And I think the Moon Sisters are basically like that. I also think Istaroth right now is currently like the tree itself, kind of. It's hard to explain, because I think that we've been told that time is contained within the ley lines, that the ley lines record time. It is the flow of time itself. So as the god of time, to me, that would imply that Istaroth has some measure of control over the ley lines. And if the tree is really the one like controlling all the ley lines, that the ley lines are really the roots of the Irminsul tree, then that tells me Istaroth might have something to do with the Irminsul tree. But anyway, I want to know more about the Scarlet King and the Goddess of Flowers. Yes, I'm gonna do a video on them, by the way, because they're really interesting. They're really interesting, and I can't wait to learn more about the Scarlet King and how the desert people plan on reviving him, and if it's even possible, because from the trailer, it sounds like it might be possible. I don't know how, though. Do you think that in Venti's trailer, Born from the Branches of Time, is referring to Venti or his lyre? Oh, I'm thinking it's definitely referring to Venti. Because he's already called a threat of the 1,000 winds, and we know that Istaroth is called the Thousand Winds of Time. That's like one of her titles. So, and we know that Venti also has something to do with her. We know they were worshipped together in Mondstadt. So I'm definitely thinking it's Venti. Istaroth is the tree. Istaroth is Venti. Venti equals tree. Ha! So that's interesting. And we're gonna talk about that later. I'm gonna do a video on Venti. That's coming up soon, but on that note, I want to point something out that I noticed about the R&R quests. I'm also going to do like a video on the terminology of the R&R, but do you guys remember the term Sarva? Right? Oh, excuse me. Hold on. Ooh, my throat. Damn. But y'all remember that term Sarva? And I think Sarva means something like the whole, the all, something like that. But in the game, it seems to be, at least my impression, was that it means the ley lines or the Irminsul tree, because they were talking about Rue, who is definitely dead, definitely is deceased, and all of them being able to meet in Sarva. So my interpretation was this place is the ley lines, and is the Irminsul tree. But you want to know the term Sarva? It's so interesting. Sarv, Sarv is actually a term for cypress trees, I believe, in Persian. If anyone is Persian, correct me if I'm wrong. And I find that to be interesting. Also, Sarva, it's not just a term that means whole or all. It's also a title. It's a title that means archer. And hold on, I can't remember which god it was. Give me a second. Which Hindu god that it's... Sarva also refers to music. It's a musical genre. Okay, so it's the Vedic deity Rudra. It's one of the title of Rudra, and Rudra is a god of wind and storms and the hunt. And remember, Sarva means archer. That is really suspicious, because that reminds me of Venti. But I'm going to expand on that later. Ishmari, have you ever considered that Paimon might be a Seelie? Through some of the quests in Sumeru, I got this impression, and I wanted to know if you got that feeling. Oh, honey. I've been thinking Paimon's a Seelie for a long time. So if you guys have watched Paimon's True Identity, which I think is like 8 months old at this point. Wow. I released that video on Christmas of last year. Basically my main theories were that Paimon is a Seelie. Paimon might be one of the Moon Sisters, like a fragment of them or a reduced form, and that Paimon is also a god of time. And we kind of low-key got the Seelie stuff, not necessarily confirmed, but they referenced her as a Seelie a lot, and compared her to the moon a lot in Sumeru. So that video is standing strong. I think that Sarva is the ley lines because they, the R&R, say that everything returns to Sarva. Yeah, Lai, you're right. Lee, I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. One of Vishnu's avatars, Krishna, was a legendary archer, I think. Yeah, y'all, if you really dip into the mythology, it's really suspicious. Venti is really suspicious, and like how many gods actually sound like Venti, and how many of those gods actually have stuff to do with the sun. It's really suspicious. So suspicious. What if Paimon is the first Seelie? Haha, that's interesting. That's interesting. She might be, for all I know. Who knows? A fresh loaf of bread. Hello. Oh, the mention of Hunter made me think of the Viridescent Venerer. Yeah. Oh, speaking of her, I want to know more about her too. And the Forest King. I don't know if you guys read the lore about Viridescent that we got. And I also want to know about the Bloodstained Knight, because apparently they interacted with each other. Him and the Viridescent Venerer. Haley Swift. R&Rs even said that Seelies turned into what they are because they fell in love. Yes, so that it all... I'm gonna scream it from the rooftops. The first Seelie and the Traveler from Afar, I believe that story is like, if not one of the most important stories in Genshin Impact, it's probably the most important one. And everything you see right now is leading up to that point. And they're slowly telling us and slyly telling us how everything went down between them, between the Moon Sisters, and we are getting Primordial One lore, like really sly lore, but they're like hinting at stuff, and it's really hard to unsee once you notice what Hoyoverse is doing. Baxi, I want to dive into the lore, but is there anywhere a lot of info is compiled? So I like to look at the Genshin Impact wiki and, you know, look up terms and stuff on there. They have a good compilation of information on there. I think that's my main source. Sometimes I'll watch other YouTube videos of people who really can explain the lore quite well. That would be Clementine. He's really good at explaining like just basic story lore, like what happened, no theories or anything, just like basic lore. But I think your best bet is the wiki. Destiny, what are your thoughts about murals on the R&R quest after you defeat Marana? The murals had suddenly had 2 golden Nara. Adorable. Because clearly now we have both of the siblings being represented on the R&R work. Artworks. It was so cute. It was so wholesome. But also the R&R quests at the end, hopefully y'all have played at least most of it by now. So sad that some of them lost their memories and didn't remember us. It's so that whole quest line is so good. Chili Cat, I'm very interested in the lore of the Withering. I think we're gonna get more Withering stuff soon. Possibly in King Deshret's mausoleum, we'll see. Whenever the Abyss Order pops up, I feel like we're gonna learn more about it. And also, if you guys did that, it's not really a quest, but it's like a secret little thing that you can do in Old Vanarana. You go around and you kill a whole bunch of Abyss Mages, and you get these voice lines from like a mysterious, what I believe is an R&R, talking about the Abyss Order. And when you get to the end of it, you have to face this, not necessarily a boss, but he's an enemy. And basically it's implied that the Withering and the Abyss have the same source. So if you guys haven't played that, why don't you go check it out? Have you checked out the description of Spire of Solitary Enlightenment? I think it's pretty interesting. Actually, no. What's it say? Haven't the R&R said that another Golden Nara would come after the Traveler? Yes. It sounds like they knew, because I think the Traveler's sibling knew that their sibling would eventually take a journey around to that. At least that's my impression. And that's why they knew another one would come. I want to adopt all the R&Rs too. Did the future change the past? I don't know. I think that's gonna be the goal, though. All I can think about, the one line from, I think, The Meaning of Eons, which is a weekly boss drop from the Raiden Shogun puppet. The one line that stands out to me, is, one thought can end all calamity, or something similar to that. And I think that's going to be the end goal. You know, reweaving fate and all that. The future saving the past and like changing events. I think that's what we're striving towards. I hope Venti knows the source song. I feel like he does. I think the Withering is attached to the Elazar sickness because Tignari mentioned that when the Withering got worse, Kale's condition got worse. And that is very valid. I think it does too. I think the Withering has something to do with Elazar too. We're definitely going to learn more about Elazar because there's apparently an abandoned hospital somewhere in the desert, which I noticed they didn't show in the trailer, or at least I don't think they did. I don't think they even showed it in the live stream. But there's allegedly a hospital somewhere in the desert where they treated Elazar patients. And according to the locals, there were some people who were cured. Again, that's according to them. I don't know. We'll have to figure out what's going on there, but I can't wait to explore that little area. Oh man, I haven't done this. Something to do right now after my dailies. Yeah, go to Old Vanarana and just poke around, kill those abyss mages, and you'll get the dialogues. Probably Paimon is the first Seelie who was exiled and lost their memories, but particularly I think that Paimon is some of the shades who used their power and got smaller, like Woba. So we're gonna talk about the Moon Sisters coming up because I've got part 2 cooking in the oven, um, bacon in the oven, I guess. And Paimon, the Sustainer, and Istaroth are my main suspects right now for the Moon Sisters. Um, I don't want to say too much, but we are going to talk about what happened to Paimon, or at least what I think happened to her, more than what I did in Paimon's True Identity. Basically, in Paimon's True Identity, I was like, oh, she might be a fragment of one of the Moon Sisters. She lost her powers because the sisters were said to have become former shells of themselves. So, yeah, we're going to talk about Paimon a lot coming up. Thanks to the R&R, we know more about those memories and how they go back into the earth. Reviving someone would mean, in this case, screwing around with the ley lines or the Earmansel tree. Yeah, so it seems like we're using memories to bring stuff back to life. There was that huge theme in the R&R quest. And I want to bring up the quote from the Kitsune Saigu. I mentioned this in part 1.5, but she said that losing one's life is no different than losing one's memory is no different than losing one's life. It is like death against darkness eternal or something like that. So to hear another person in the story, which was, I can't remember his name, but he was the R&R that was leading us around and to defeat Mirana's avatar. He basically said that death is like a one-time memory loss, which is really interesting. And it also makes me think about the Moon Sisters, because I've thought this entire time the Moon Sisters didn't actually die. So, at least in the case of one of them, or a couple of them, maybe they lost their memory instead, and that was like death. Because when you lose your memory, it's like you're becoming a new person entirely. You're completely different. Oh, sorry, I got a text. I just got distracted. Okay, sorry. Um, a lot of it made me think of the stuff with the R&R with the moths. Yes, I'm especially suspicious of the fact the twins were together in the anime trailer. I think especially with the scenery, part of the trailer might be pre-Cataclysm. So that's interesting. Where do you guys think they were in the trailer? Where do you guys think they were? Because I was like trying to figure out where the heck they were at, and I was like, what's going on here? Are they on Celestia? Where are they? There was just a lot of ruins around, which doesn't really help because there are ruins everywhere into that, so it could literally be anywhere else. Mondstadt, that's a good guess. Pre-Cataclysm Mondstadt, yes. Either their home world, interesting, or pre-Cataclysm Teyvat, or both. Yes, interesting. That was by the Thousand Winds Stadium. Okay. It looked like Thousand Winds Temple, but not fully the canonical one. Yeah, so it looks... First of all, Mondstadt looks a lot better in the concept trailer for the anime than it does in the game, just saying. But... Yes, it was kind of hard to tell like where certain locations were. I could tell Dragonspine because there was like a big hole in the mountain, and that was caused by the nail. So I was able to identify that. I didn't know where the weird little circle thing was. You guys remember that? With all those little crystals? It was like Venti's Animo circle, but like a stone form of it. And there was like a glowing center in the middle with like blue crystals around. I didn't know where that was. I was thinking, is that like where the Cryo Regisvine is? But there was no Cryo Regisvine? I don't know where that was. The circle looked like the domain pits in Liyue. Yeah, I had seen someone say that it looks like it was similar to Storm Terror's lair, not like the whole area, but like the way the domain or little center thingy looked. But I honestly don't know. I was like, where is that? That might be an unreleased region for Mondstadt. Yes, that is also possible. Because a lot of people think we're gonna get the Dandelion Sea too, right? And then we have what's that place called? Dornman Port. If you guys remember, it's been mentioned a couple times in the game, especially during the God of Time quest thingy with the island and everything. I'm wondering where we're actually going to get Dornman Port for Mondstadt, or any expansion to Mondstadt in general, but we'll see. Don't forget there is Paimon in the trailer. Yes, there is. She's like floating in the forest. It's adorable. Maybe near the Dandelion Sea. Maybe. Anything is possible. Yeah, because of the architecture. Yeah. Oh, because we still have to know where Dornman Port is and Dandelion Sea, if it's a real place where Eula and Yanfei met too. Oh, I think it's definitely, yeah. I hope the Dandelion Sea is a real place. If anything, I hope it's like a domain or something. We'll see. Yes, I need the expansion for Mondstadt. I just need more Mondstadt lore, because Mondstadt it's just sus. Everything about Mondstadt is really sus. But Casa, the anime is bigger because it's the real scale of Genshin. Yes, so naturally it will look better in the anime. Yeah, so you're right. Haley, wasn't in the beginning of the game, it shows the 2 stars are falling from the sky. Maybe the twins did explore Teyvat before the cataclysm. So that's interesting, because we don't know what happened when they immediately fell. All we know is that one of the siblings was asleep at some point, and that the other sibling did go on a journey. But there's so much that's confusing. By the way, speaking of that, one of the R&Rs mentions that Nara Varuna, which is your sibling, spoke a golden language. So we know that the twins spoke a different language coming into Teyvat, right? Paimon taught Ether, or Lumine, whichever one you have, the language of Teyvat, the common language. So who taught the other sibling? If the answer is Dainsleif, my question is this: did Dainsleif know what language they were speaking in order to communicate with them? And the same thing with Paimon, which is really suspicious if that's the case. Like, I know you can communicate with people technically, even if you don't know the language. That takes a long time, though. But it does make me wonder, did Paimon know the twins' language, and did Dainsleif know the language that the twins spoke, which makes Dainsleif even more suspicious. It's just really sus. Really sus. I think it's interesting how the 3-4 characters we see in the trailer are Paimon, Ether, and Lumine, and Venti in his statue. Yes, very interesting choice of cast to introduce with the anime with. Yeah, I think they just chose where we began the journey, you know? The sprawling landscape of Mondstadt, and then our twins. But I don't know, it could be sus. I want a Venti story quest part 2 so bad. Yes, where is it? We've gotten Zhongli and A's second story quests already. The fact that they have, like, withheld Venti's is really suspicious. So suspicious. With the Venti being the second oldest Archon in its long history, Mond is just a treasure trove of lore. Yes, and Hoyo needs to open the key to that lore door. Please, please, Hoyoverse, give us more Mondstadt crumbs. Please. Maybe Dainsleif and Paimon come from the power from beyond. Oh, yes. I think both of them are extremely important characters, and if you followed my brain rot for the past couple Sun and Moon episodes, you'll know that I think that Venti and Dainsleif have something to do with Phanes, or the Primordial one. Well, I think the Primordial one and Phanes are 2 completely separate characters, but I think they have something to do with that civilization. Because we really don't know how old Dainsleif is. We do know he's had the curse of his for 500 years, but we technically don't know how old he is. We don't know his past. We don't know where the fuck he came from. I mean, it's from Conria, right? But we don't know anything beyond that. And how he got involved with the Irminsul tree, if that's what he's involved with. We know he's involved with the tree. But I don't know. Venti is venting sus. He's sus. It's also strange how his first story quest definitely linked heavily with the theme of the R&R, etc. Yeah, we're getting like a whole bunch of not only like people turning into trees, and we're getting a lot of music stuff. Like the R&R were really, really big about music and singing and memories and stuff like that. It's really sus. Hello, Dilwyn. How you doing? Razor and maybe Varka lore incoming. Yes, I want all the lore on Razor and Varka. Like, it'll be nice to hear about where what happened to Razor's parents. But honestly, I am a lot more interested in what we can learn about Varka and hopefully what we can learn about Andreas. Please give us Andreas lore, please. You know, in the anime trailer after Paimon's scene, they showed a Seelie Court. Yes, I noticed that. I did notice they showed a Seelie Court. Y'all, the Seelie are so important. I'm curious by the idea of ruin drakes. Like, why did the people of Conria design some field tillers off of dragons? I don't know. So, if you guys don't know what Chili Cat is talking about, I think I can't remember where it is, but there's this description about implied to be Conria. They made mimetics of different beasts. So they modeled their ruin guards, field tillers, whatnot, after real life animals and such. And I don't know why they did this. I mean, it's an interesting thing to learn about. I want to learn more about Conria's tech so bad. It's so sus. It's so good. I think that we knew the language before our 500 sleepy sleep and we kind of forgot it. I mean, that's true. That's possible too. I don't know. It's just all really sus. We don't know what happened and I want to know. Like, I want more clarification on Ether and Lumine when they got to Tevat because it's really unclear. Hoyo will be stuck with Liyue lore 70% of the time on the events. Yeah. Please give us more lore about other places like Mondstadt and stuff. Since he has power from beyond, maybe it granted him the ability to speak the golden language. Maybe. Who knows? Who knows? All I know is that it's really freaking sus. Because if he did teach the other sibling the language of Tevat, super sus. The R&R kept mentioning Venti. Yes, they did mention him, like a couple times. Yes, they did mention little old Lord Barbados. Same, both A and Zhongli got a second act for their quest, but not Venti. Yes. It's sad. What do you think the title Witch signifies in Tevat? We know that the Hexenzirkel, Lisa, the blue-eyed spear witch, and Senora are considered witches, but Senora doesn't like the title. I think it's because, I mean, like, even in the real world, there's a negative connotation with the title witch. You know, at least in America, witches were hanged and such, and people of the more magical variety in certain areas with specific religions were persecuted all the time. And I think that might have been the case in Tevat. There might be a negative connotation on the word witch. But I don't know. Bethany, it's the source song? Wait, what's the source song? Also, apparently Dvalin is a bishop. Yes, we talked about that earlier. Yes, it's exciting to hear. I'm glad we got that confirmation. The more I see of any of those abominations that the Connor, I want to see more of them. I want to see their biggest weapons. So far, the Ruin Golems and Sumeru are like their biggest weapons that we've seen, but I feel like there's more. I feel like there's way more. Do you think Razor is a descendant of the Eamon Locker clan? That would be interesting. I want to learn more about the Eamon Locker clan because we literally have heard nothing about them. I want Varka to be a member, but if Razor is one, that would be really, really interesting. The relationship between the Traveler and Mondstadt is sus. Yes. Venti is also one of the only character the Traveler is very open to and brings up a lot, and I mean a lot. Yeah. Oh, you were replying to someone about the Primordial Song and Claire. Okay. Gotcha. One thing also to note about Venti, if you guys remember, in the Mondstadt, like earlier in the Mondstadt Archon quests, when we initially meet Venti, the Traveler notes that Venti's voice sounds really familiar and that his eyes look like the color of the sky of the twins' homeworld, which is really, both of those things are really sus. To me, that implies maybe he met Venti before, and this is plausible that he's met Venti before, or they've met Venti before, because we have to remember that Venti's not using his true form. We have no idea what Venti actually looks like beyond his little elf form. He's taken the form of his bard friend, so it's very possible that the twins met him when he was like in a different body or looked completely different. I know people have also said, oh, well, this is like a time loop thing, and maybe we met him in a different timeline, but I also think it's extremely plausible that we met Venti, but he just looked completely different. Kay, do you think the anime might start where we first meet Venti, since isn't one of his voice lines that implies familiarity with the Traveler? Yes, 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 yes. Maybe we will start where we first meet Venti. Like I said, yeah, it's really sus that there's a lot of sus things around Venti, like a ridiculous amount. Actually, honestly, a common language isn't that suspicious. Everyone knowing it in every nation is, but its existence not so much. And Inazuma and Sumeru's language seem to be based off of it. Yeah, so like the weird thing is there seems to be a common language, but there's like a ton of different written languages, which is interesting. I don't know if that means there are actually other languages within Teyvat that are spoken, but it's interesting that like Inazuma has its own script, Liyue has its own script, and then there's like a common language as well. I don't know, because we haven't really heard anything about like different languages being spoken. So I don't know. I don't know. It's all really suspicious to me. I mean, like the common language itself isn't suspicious. What's suspicious is people knowing the twins' languages. If they do, it's really weird. Paimon, Dainsleif, I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you. We knew Venti before, but we don't remember his voice line too. Yeah. It's really strange. Since this anime was said to be a long-term project, do you think they are also planning on retelling the Archon Quest story in anime form? How likely do you think that will be? So I was actually debating this. I was like, so I get that they're coming out with an anime, but that could mean a lot of different things. Are they gonna follow the Archon quests? Are they gonna give us like little snippet stories or little compilations of stuff that has nothing really to do with the main story? Are they going to show backstory of certain characters, like maybe Archons or something like that? Is it going to be like an anthology series? I don't know what they're going to do, but it's possible they could retell the Archon quests. I have no idea, though. I don't know how far they're going to go, but I just hope it's good, whatever they choose to do. Personal headcanon, they all speak different languages and Traveler has to learn all of them. Good lord. Good lord. There are other languages, Chop Suey and Liyue, is like a curse or something. It's, oh, okay. Whoa, okay. I did not know that. See, that's the thing, like, the different languages confuses me a little bit, but I mean, it makes sense for the world, but I mean, I want to know, like, does everybody just know the common language, and then is like everybody like a polyglot? Do people know multiple languages? I don't know. I also find it interesting how they keep mentioning seeds and seeds of time and songs throughout the entire game. Yes, it is so sus, so important. We've gotten that since the very beginning in Mondstadt. Y'all, it's so sus. Personally, unlikely for me. I would rather like, yeah, background lore would be interesting. Like, I would like to hear more about the history of Teyvat. Like, I'd love to see some of the lore books maybe get, or not lore books, but like the lore about like the Viridescent Venerer or side characters like that who were important during the Cataclysm. I would like to see stuff like that. That would be interesting. Yes, backstories would be interesting too. Or like that, I guess it's the same thing. What if MiHoYo trolls us and first shows Alice in the anime? That would be a troll. But that would be great too. Teyvat does have a universal language and every region does have their own language, right? Yeah, that's what it seems like. I mean, you have Fischl in German, yeah. Yeah, it's like, and then we have like a Spanish character, like Six Finger Jose, like has a whole bunch of Spanish themes. And then there's like French, and there's a lot. The animation will be good, but hopefully Hoyo steers the story the right way. I hope whatever they do, I hope it's done well. Hopefully we'll get more information about that maybe at the beginning of next year or so. I don't know. Maybe we'll even get the anime at some point next year. Who knows? Who knows? I thought Paimon taught the MC the common language because yeah, she does, which is really suspicious. So that, to me, that implies two different things. Either she knew what the main character spoke, like what language the twins spoke, or they were kind of doing like a whole, this is a twig and this is the word for twig. Like what I mean? Just kind of struggling through teaching him. But to me, it sounds like the traveler picked up on the language quickly, which means either the common language is really similar to the twins' language, or I don't know, he's just really smart. They're just really smart. But again, Paimon might have known what language they speak, the twins, which is really suspicious. I like how we're talking about lore stuff for 40 minutes already and just, oh, yeah, oh God, we haven't even started, huh? Do you guys want to get started? I know we got derailed. We went on like a whole tangent about other things, but this has been an interesting discussion. In my opinion, I think Paimon is a Seelie. I think that too. I think she's a Seelie, but also a Moon Sister. But we'll see. Ichigo, is this a tangent he went on? I mean, we've been talking about like our thoughts about the live stream and such, but we ended up talking for 45 minutes and I've been answering questions and stuff. Especially with the Aranyaka quest, it makes sense that the traveler picked up on it quickly. They are gods. Yes. Yes. They keep going. People keep calling them humans, but obviously they're freaking not humans. They're like gods or something. We know we only rescued Paimons a few months before the game. Yeah. So it was definitely fast learning. Yes. All right. Ralphie, the Seelie theory makes no sense. Why does it make no sense? Why does Paimon being a Seelie make no sense? All right, let's begin. I actually don't think I'm going to play the audio of this. But I am going to just play through the stills and kind of talk about what I see that's really interesting. So let's begin. Interesting deserty region. And I'll also play the subtitles so we kind of know what's going on. So, okay, the wall. The wall of Samuel. I don't know. Throughout my playthrough of 3.0, I couldn't find much information about the Wall of Samuel, except for like a couple of mentions. And basically, it was a wall that was to separate the desert from the rainforest. Does anybody have any information on this wall? The wall is really suspicious to me because, well, first of all, it seems to be named after... Because isn't there a demon named Samael, if I'm not mistaken? That's like a blind god. It means blind demon. I'm pretty sure that dude is like a demiurge of some sort in Gnosticism, which is really suspicious to me. I don't know. I don't know if it's in the Ars Goetia, but that name is really suspicious. I'm gonna have to do more research on it. It's an angel demon. How do you spell it? Samiel. I believe it's spelled like that in the game. I don't know. The wall looks like a giant broken tree. Yes. So it looks like a tree trunk. It looks like parts of like a rotten old tree. And that's the wall, which kind of makes sense because if Ruka Devata was the one that made it, she's like a god of woods, dendro god. So making a wall out of like bark is not surprising. Meh, I'm late, aren't I? Yes, but it's okay. We're just starting talking about the trailer. I was talking about other stuff before we actually began. The name is one of the 3 names of the demiurges. Yeah. Okay, so that's really suspicious to me. Maybe it's Ruka Devata's demon name. That would be interesting. That would be very interesting. And I mean, if she made it, then yeah, the Wall of Samuel, her wall. That would make sense. Hoping part 2 of the Aranyaka quest, excuse me. If we don't get that, I'm just hoping for a very long world quest like what we got in the rainforest region. I just want one for the desert region. It was so good. So I have a lot of hope for the desert region. Oh yeah, in the QA with Dawe, you can see Celestia over the desert in the background they use. Maybe no lore relevance at all, but at this point, I'm just primed to jump to sus with Celestia. Yeah. I don't know what's going on with them. Also, the vulture dragon. Is this the vulture dragon people are talking about? Is this just not like a regular ass vulture? Well, obviously it's not a fucking regular vulture, but yeah, this is an interesting looking enemy. All the enemies, the new ones for the desert region, look kind of cool that they've shown. Did we get a confirmation of Kusanali's demon name? No, we have no idea what Kusanali or Rukkhadevada's demon names are. I'm not really sure, but isn't Samael very similar to Satan, Lucifer? Yes, it is actually. It is. Which makes me think of the Travelers. Same. Very suspicious. Onion, do you think Celestia could be preventing them to advance because of outer threats? I don't know. So we're going to talk about Celestia and why they're doing what they're doing. I do think there is a specific reason they did drop the Celestial Nails. And my reasoning is actually leaning away from they just wanted to prevent civilizations from advancing. I think it's a lot more complex than that. But yeah, I don't know. We'll have to we'll talk about it. But that's very possible that they could be protecting Teyvat from something. The memory of death, the Marana, or the withering, or something like that. Who knows? What do you think is going to happen with the Fatui side of things? Okay, we're going to get to that in a second. Let's continue. Let's continue. Hold on. Let me pump up the audio a little bit and let me know if it's too loud or anything. Keeping people like us out. Okay. Ooh. Okay. This little pyramid hourglass thing. Interesting. Is this, they mentioned that King Deshret had a mausoleum. Is this the mausoleum? Like, is this whole thing the mausoleum? I think it is. It's so cool though. This is such a cool picture. This is such a cool picture. Such a cool picture. So on this note, because they're about to talk about reviving the Scarlet King or whatever, which is, you know, before Sumeru was released, I thought the sages and such were trying to revive Rukkhadevada, but it seems like that's not the case. After 3.0 was released, I was like, no, maybe they were initially talking about the Scarlet King. Like, maybe those were just the advents of the Scarlet King, not the Akademiya at all. And I think that's the case. So we know the Sand People, at least some of them, are trying to revive the Scarlet King, King Deshret. We're going to talk about that more, but I don't know how that's going to be possible. Who knows? But as far as why they're trying to do this, it sounds a lot like there's conflict between the desert people and then the Akademiya, which we kind of get a feeling of in 3.0. It's very small and it's very like you have to talk to NPCs and stuff to actually get that. But Lux, I think the Celestial Nails were dropped in order to keep the Abyssal Energy at bay. Yes. But yeah, it seems like there's some conflict between the desert people and then the Akademiya. Why not both? I think both sides are trying to revive their respective gods. I mean, it's possible, but it just seems like, at least for now, the Fatui and the Akademiya are focused on, we're going to talk about it later, but mind control seems to be a thing. And now I don't know what they're trying to do. But it made me think about the message board I was trying to find last stream, but couldn't. But there was a message about, like, making sure that all the people of Teyvat were, I don't know, had wisdom or something. I can't remember what it said, but it was, like, implying that they have plans for not just Sumeru, but, like, the entirety of Teyvat, which is really suspicious. And I think mind control is their ultimate goal. So, like, keeping people locked in a dream and then mind controlling their bodies while they're asleep. But we'll talk about that in a second. So I'm really interested in how they're gonna actually go about resurrecting the Scarlet King, if it's even possible. Speaking of the Scarlet King, I don't really want to say too much about my thoughts on him because I'm going to come out with a whole ass video about him and the Goddess of Flowers. I'm also coming out with a video about Rukkhadevada. That is also on the list. But for reference, King Deshret Deshret is the name of the red crown um, from the Lower Egypt area. Basically, the rulers of Lower Egypt would wear it, and then in combination with the Hedjet, which is the white crown, which is the crown of Upper Egypt, it symbolizes like the combination of the Egyptian kingdoms, yada, yada, yada. But the red crown was also worn by a whole bunch of Egyptian deities as well. Like a bunch of really powerful ones were depicted with this red crown. Some of which we will talk about in Deshret's video. But it's an appropriate name since it means red crown. He's the Scarlet King, whatever. As for the three magi, I'm pretty sure the three magi, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but that refers to the three kings that allegedly served the Scarlet King. There was like a crocodile king, and there were like two other ones from the lore that were trying to convince him to do something, and he was like, no, no, no. And then he was like, yes, I'm sorry, it's confusing, but there are three kings that allegedly served him. I do also want to point out that Magi is an interesting name. The Goat King, Crocodile King, and Ibis King. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Gian Nunez. Thank you. I'm interested to learn about all of them, and I'm interested to learn about the little maze that the Scarlet King allegedly built, and how he combined his mind with, like, his own people, and even, like, within the walls of this maze that he built. It's almost like he became the maze itself, if you guys have read the lore. It's really confusing. I'm wondering, again, how they're even planning on reviving this dude. Oh, also about the desert region and the Scarlet King's civilization. So, you know, him, like, merging the minds of his people, everything, his cities, all of them fell to pieces. The civilization fell apart at some point. But it was also interesting that the lore says a divine pillar fell on this civilization. Divine pillar to me means celestial nail. So I'm wondering if we're actually going to see a nail here. I'm really wondering if we're going to see a nail at some point in the desert, and I think we will. So, yeah. That'll be interesting to see. But yeah, they tricked him into doing something and everyone hated them in the book. Yeah, so it'll be interesting to hear about all three of those kings. The technological advancement they showed in the desert is sus. Yeah, and it weirdly reminded me of, like, Conria's technological advancement, because so far they're the only other civilization that has, like, really advanced technology like what we see in the desert region, which makes me suspicious. Who's teaching these people how to make all this stuff? I don't know. It all seems really highly advanced, like way more advanced than the rest of Teyvat, and it's really suspicious. Who was involved in making all of these machines? The civilization probably got yeeted like the others. Absolutely. In the PV, you can notice the stream of blue light that usually indicates a pillar. Oh, you can. You can? Where? We're gonna have to find that. We're gonna have to find that then. Aliens, probably, yes. Genshin Impact is about love, family, and aliens. Oh, hi, Uniharu. How you doing? The mind control is just the Akasha system getting hacked. Yeah. Or the Akasha system. Gosh, I need to pronounce that correctly. I thought perhaps the Scarlet King had ties with Conria. It's possible. It's sounding a lot like this dude was actually from whatever civilization lived in Celestia, that he was abandoned by Celestia. So, we'll see. Also, I do want to note, it is really suspicious that this dude sounds like an Auto XP. Like, a lot like an Auto XP, which makes me even more suspicious of Dainsleif, who is also likely an Auto XP. Maybe Enjo or Dainsleif will speak about Kanoom. Oh, the City of the Moon Maiden. Maybe. If you think about it, Enjo is like the funnier Dainsleif, maybe. The flower goddess feels like Colin. Yes, she does. Which is really suspicious. I think they are reenacting the story between the first Seelie and the Traveler from Afar. I really do. I mean, they even made their city in honor of them, because the Scarlet King heard about the story of the dismal moon and the driving morning star, which I think is code for first Seelie and then Phanes, or the traveler from afar. We've already talked about how the travelers are morning stars, yada, yada, yada about that. So I can definitely see that being possible. I love Enjo too. He's great. Anyway, wait, what's the thing Dainsleif is? He's like an auto XP, or basically an auto apocalypse counterpart. He's like one of the many in Genshin. Because at this point there's a ton of them. But anyway, let's play. Fate has finally dealt a hand. Lots of raw imagery, like God Ra, God of the Sun Ra. Oh, Candace is so cool. Wait, hold on. The volume's not even on. She's so cool. She's so cool. Um, so this is going back to the whole Akademiya versus desert people thing. If you guys noticed, we're getting two Archon quests. One is like the dream side of things, and then the other one is like literally King Deshret and the Three Magi. So it makes me think, whatever the Akademiya's got going on as far as dreams and the Akasha system or whatever is completely separate from this Scarlet King stuff. The Scarlet King stuff is the second, is like Act 4, while the dream stuff is Act 3. But again, they're talking as if it's so possible that they can revive the Scarlet King. Candace looks cool as fuck. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. I'm so happy she'll be with Sino. Oh, Sino is another character that's really cool. The day of my funeral. Hi. Hi, don't worry. We haven't gotten through much. I've just been rambling for like an hour at this point about other things and like the anime and stuff like that that's coming out. So don't worry, you didn't miss too much. And yes, the interesting thing about Candace is she is half Scarlet King. She's like one of his descendants, which is curious. Like, I didn't think that gods couldn't reproduce, but it does kind of surprise me. That she's like half mortal, half god. She's like a demigod, right? Very interesting. I want to know more about her. And she also has like a whole bunch of moon motifs, which makes sense because, I mean, the Scarlet King's city was City of the Moon Maiden. It makes sense that she would have a lot of moon motifs and such. Here, let me get a better picture of her. Yeah, she has like a whole bunch of like bluish colors, starry colors even in her little cape. She's got obviously the gold to represent sand and stuff, and she's even got the weird little symbols that all the ruin machines in the desert have, if you noticed, which makes sense. I want to hear more about her. She's got such a cool design. Do y'all think she looks like a 5-star, by the way? Like, if they sold her as a 5-star, I'd totally be okay with that. I mean, Yanfei is half Adepti. She is, yes. I didn't think that the God of the Flowers let him hit. Maybe he reproduced with I mean, it's to me, I thought he just reproduced with like a human. I didn't think he reproduced with another god, but I don't know. But then again, actually, this isn't surprising because the manga, Vanessa's people, they were also said to descend from the Pyro Archon. So this isn't really surprising, actually. Now that I think about it, this isn't surprising. So yes, no, y'all. Okay, yeah. I mean, like, I get it. She still like looks like a 4-star, but like her design is really cool. No, she's not a 5-star. She's probably a 4-star. Yeah, she's 4-star. Aren't those motifs kind of like Isis the goddess representations? Yes, and it's very sus. We're gonna talk about Isis very soon. I think she could be a 5-star, honestly. Yeah. Asexual reproduction is also a possibility, I suppose. I mean, when you're talking about gods, because that shit happened all the time too in mythology. Very possible idea. There's a theory that the Cryo Archon had a kid. Interesting. Where does that theory come from? I'd be interested to hear more about that. Oh goodness, excuse me. Pollinating. She kind of feels like Beto and Hydro Polarm. Oh, I mean, maybe. I think she has a really cool design, and I kind of want to pull for her, but y'all made me pull for Kokomi, which I technically got her in like 20 pulls, but I'm saving for Nahida, y'all. But who knows? I might. Y'all, Sino is looking really cool. Sino is looking really cool, and I might break for him, but we'll see. Kokomi is worth it, so yes, thank you. Yes, please try to find that theory about the Cryo Archon and a child, because, like, I haven't heard that one. That would be interesting to hear about. Is it possible that Dottore is summoning clones of himself? Interesting. For example, from the Leyline's memory. That's why there were a lot of zombie-ish like people near him. They are just clones, personal army. So, okay, we'll get to that in a second, but I don't think it's clones or anything. I do think those are actual people that are just being mind controlled, and I'll give my reasons as to why. Sino shares Sora's Japanese voice actor. That's so cool. Sora. Y'all, if y'all don't know, I'm a massive Kingdom Hearts fan. Like, I'm a fanboy, so that brings me joy. I might just specifically change to JP just to hear his voice. But anyway, let's continue. God, her movements are so fluid. She's so cool. Okay, also, this archer enemy is so cool. Like, they all have weapons based on this ancient civilization, which, I mean, makes sense since they're kind of like the descendants of the people that lived with the Scarlet King. But this technology is so advanced. Like, they can just straight up use the elements without a vision. Like, no problems. We don't even know if there's any sort of repercussions to this. And if you read the descriptions of the enemies, like of the Eremite enemies, talks about Jinn, or not, it doesn't specifically say Jinn or Genie, but it does say like spirits are sealed within these weapons, which makes me think that it's Genie that are actually sealed within them, and that's how they get the little elemental powers. But this archer lady is so cool. Ooh, that's bright. So cool. I love how the anima one is an archer. Venti moment, right. Sino's English VA is Yuri from Fire Emblem. Okay, Sino's VA in English sounds really fucking good. Like, it's really fucking good. Wait, Razor has Roxas's JP VA? Where the fuck have I been? Why have I not been playing JP? I need to toggle my my languages from time to time because I mostly play in English just because it's easier for me. But yes, Sino's VA is so good. Anyway.
Don't do anything until I've gotten to the bottom of this.
Ooh, chills is so good.
Something foolish, and even Candace won't be able to protect you.
Ooh, he's so fucking fly. Okay, like, so question. Now that we're talking about mimetics and stuff, and this is why, like, I was talking about Conria and that the desert people reminded me of Conria just because of how freaking advanced their stuff is. Is this like a robot or is this an actual life form? This looks like a robot, and that they made like a mimetic thingy based on the crocodiles that live in the rainforest. Or maybe even sand crocodiles that might live in the desert. I don't freaking know. Like, it's just so interesting. The technology is just out of this world and suspicious. And even like this dude, summoning him with this weapon that looks really cool, by the way. Yeah, it looks like a gator construct. Okay, Protic, you don't think that's a robot? Okay, but it looks like, and even when it hits the ground, you can hear, hold on, just listen closely. Wait, that's not when he summoned it. You can barely hear it, but it's like when he hits the ground, it almost sounds like metal hitting the ground. It could be biomechanical, yes, or like wearing some sort of armor, but it looks like super sleek and steely, and it doesn't even have an eye. It's got all the little markings that all of the other Ruin Tech has. So I just thought this was like a robot. Or bionic or something. Maybe a rock construct? Yeah, I don't know. Anubis. Yeah, so like all the Anubis references, Sino is definitely meant to obviously mirror Anubis. There's also a bunch of little Anubis looking statues around the mausoleum or wherever this is, which is interesting. And it makes me think that Sino is going to have some importance with the desert region, specifically in the mausoleum. We are getting a story quest for him, right? And if we are, I wonder if we are going to go into some of these pyramids or whatever, and like he has something to do with it. I don't know. Could be like a life form and robot mix. Could be. But that was just one of the things I noticed. I was like, is this a creature or is this like a robot? Yes, both Nilu and him. Good. So I'm excited for both of their story quests because Sino means we might learn more about all of this Red King, Scarlet King stuff. And Nilu means we might learn more about the Goddess of Flowers because she kind of mirrored her outfit and such, at least her headpiece, to look like the Goddess of Flowers, which is interesting. I want to learn more about her. Yeah, Sino is definitely going to be important. Considering the Aramite is Geo, could be a Geo construct. Yeah, that would make sense. But it looks cool, whatever this thing is. Anyway.
Through me, justice is served.
If we're unhappy, we should speak up and let our voices be heard.
Okay. I have a crisis because I really want Nilu. I want her. I want Sino. I want Nilu. I want Candace. But I'm supposed to be saving for Nahida. So how do we solve this, people? How do we solve this? Do I just be strong and not pull? Or do I cave and pull? Because Nilu's also a sword user, and sword users are my favorite type of characters to play as in the game. Her movements are so elegant. Whale, no. I am a free-to-play player, which is why I can't spend willy-nilly on anything. Wait for reruns. That is a good idea, Cosmo Taco, because they will always come back. That is a good point. Be strong. Be strong, Onion. Remember what happened with Kokomi. Yes, that's true. But if we're remembering what happened with Kokomi, I did get her in 20-ish wishes. So I was lucky. Yuniharu, no. No wailing. No wailing. Save for Nahida. Archons are broken. Yes, you're right. But they're so pretty. The Sumeru characters are so good. They look cool. Be strong. That's not the point, Dave. You're trying so hard not to wail on Sino because you're saving for Nahida and Scaramouche. Okay, yes, good point, because I'm also waiting for Scaramouche. It sucks because they're releasing so many cool characters back to back, and we have to flounder and be like, which do we want right now? Y'all are bad influences, Kim. Don't be fooled by the visuals. I am weak. But Dendro, there's not much Dendro characters. You're right. So should I save for like Kusanali, Alhaitham, and Baiju? I want freaking Baiju only because that dude is so sus. And we know his lore is probably going to be super good whenever they decide to drop that shit. Don't let FOMO hit you hard. Archon meta is the way. You're right. Omar, Whale. Y'all are so... I will never spend a dime on this game. Never. Unless it's for other accounts. Like, once I get to a certain point, if I get to a certain point, I'll do, like, giveaways for y'all, but I don't want to spend on my own account. Be smarter than us whales. Please be strong and save. Oh, I forgot about Yao Yao. I always forget she exists, to be honest, because they teased her a long ass time ago, and I just forget about her sometimes. I lucked out and got Coco early, so I'm probably going through hell in these next banners because equivalent exchange. Oh, yep, that's true. See, I spent my guaranteed on that Kokomi because I was trying to hold off so that I could get a guaranteed Nahida. Now there is a chance that I won't get her guaranteed, which is unfortunate, but whatever. Oh, okay, you gotta go, Lux Sky. All right, I'll see you later then. Have a good day, night. Unlike me, who has a gambling addiction. Save. All right, I'm gonna think about it. I probably will end up saving, but don't be surprised if I have if I stream when 3.1 comes out and we end up doing some pulls. Don't be surprised. Whale so you can fund Genshin's anime. No, they have more than enough money. Hoyoverse has more than enough money. All right, let's go. We are getting 70 pulls. Jesus, that's a lot. Plus, I haven't even explored all of Sumeru yet, so who knows? Who knows how many primos I'll have at the end of the day? Because I think I have like 26K right now since I lost about 3,600 from pulling. So, whatever. All right, let's go. Let's continue.
Positions. Here.
So elegant. Just so
All eyes on
pretty.
me.
Wait, was
Life
that a
for
new
the Desert
mushroom?
Dwellers has been brutal ever since the Scarlet King's death all those years ago. Feelings of
Okay,
desperation-
nope. Go back. Okay. So this scene. Now correct me if I'm wrong, y'all. Tell me if I'm wrong. I believe I read in the lore about the Scarlet King that he made this oasis thing. I don't know if the oasis was supposed to be the city itself that he built, or if it was supposed to be like a specific little thing inside of the city somewhere. But I had always thought that this might be the oasis. And I think there's even that might be possible because, like you guys are saying, there's an Anubis statue here, which makes me think that this is somewhere inside the king's mausoleum, somewhere in the desert. It might be that, yeah. But y'all are saying this is an Irminsul tree, or Irminsul, however you pronounce it. It looks so pretty, first of all. Second of all, why is all Hatham here? We got there's something weird going on with him, obviously, because if you guys play through the 3.0 Archon quest, there's something suspicious about this dude. But I love him. I don't think he's an enemy. He might be trying to oppose what the Akademiya is doing, right? Because we'll get to it soon, but there's a fight sequence between him, Dehaya, however you pronounce it. I think that's how you pronounce it, y'all. My friends who speak, Arabic, Persian, whatever, let me know. But there's a fight between him, Dehaya, and Sino, which happened in that one promotional video. So I do wonder if he's against the Akademiya and Sino's trying to maybe, I don't know. I don't know what side Sino's gonna be on, initially at least. What if he's Dottore's segment? Oh, I don't think he's Dottore's segment. I don't think he's even working with Dottore. But, excuse me. I mean, Scarlet King seems to be Celestia in nature, so him getting his hands on things he shouldn't tracks. Yeah. Kind of feels like Inazuma. It does with all of the purple flowers. And also the purple reminds me of the Goddess of Flowers because the Padisara, which were flowers that bloomed at the Goddess of Flowers' feet, they were also purple too. So yeah, I'm getting those vibes. Yeah, that's the historical person, how you say their name. Oh, okay, thank you. Good, I pronounced that correctly then. Maybe the knowledge capsule allowed him access to this place. Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know why he's here and why he's also here with this Eremite person that's just standing here. It's very suspicious. Does he have anything to do with the Scarlet King's resurrection? But what's also confusing is not all of the Eremites like believe in that. So it's kind of hard to tell who's a follower of Alamar or the Scarlet King, King Deshret, and who's not. Is this a consciousness thing like Makoto's? No, I think this is just a domain somewhere, or like some place inside of some cave or something. I can't tell if that's water over here. Y'all see this? Like this area over here? It looks like it's just somewhere underground, possibly, with like an overhead light. I don't know. Y'all, is this underground or in the overworld? Yeah, so I can't tell if it's underground or like somewhere in the overworld. I think it's underground because there's like rocks and stuff over here. And there might be an opening at the top. But I don't know. I'm theorizing this is under the pyramid. That would make sense. That would make sense. I believe the Divine Capsule is connected to the Scarlet King. Yeah, so what's interesting is the Akademiya used Divine Capsules to keep specific information from the Irminsul. At least that was initially what they were used for. So I don't know. It definitely could have something to do with the Scarlet King. There might be a capsule about it. It's just that the one in 3.0, the dude was saying stuff, world forget me, and that's what we assume Ruka Devada is saying, or has said. So it probably has something to do with her, but it also might have something to do with the Scarlet King, who knows? It kind of looks like how Tatsumi looks, yes. Pyramids are tombs. This could be the tomb of the Goddess of Flowers. Yeah, it could be like a place the Scarlet King maybe made in honor of her. Maybe this is the place where she allegedly, like, died. Because apparently she plotted her own death, which, again, makes her very similar to Colin, who accepted her own fate and death. But I want to know more about that because it's super sus. Like, why did she plan her own death? Why was that even necessary? Why did she leave a legacy of herself that would last forever, whatever that fucking means? But we'll talk more about that when we talk about Nahida, which will be, I guess, towards the end of this. But anyway, Al-Haytham, sus. Anubis doggy statue, sus. Eremite, sus. Tree, sus. Yeah, I agree, but why would she plan her death? I have no idea. I have no idea. It's so confusing. But we'll see.
Feelings of desperation are widespread.
Oh, must be sentenced to death by Celestia. I mean, that's possible because they made Orobashi do that. But that's because he read information he wasn't supposed to. So I don't know about the flowers. The flower lady. Who knows? Yes, everything is sus. Wait, okay, wait. Question. Is this the hospital? Is this the hospital where Elazar patients were treated? Do y'all think this is possibly it? Because there's supposed to be one in the desert. I thought they didn't show anything like this. Maybe this is it, actually. Maybe similar to Makoto to save whatever the wall is keeping. Yeah, it's possible that she did it to, like, save the land. It looks abandoned. No, yeah, because the hospital is supposed to be, like, in ruins. That's what we know about it. It's just in ruins in the desert. It looks a little small. It does look small. But the Traveler is very far away. And again, the building is in ruins because there's like a building over here as well. And there looks like there was something here. So I don't know. But I want more Elazar lore. I want Dunyarzad to be cured. I want Kale to be cured. Oh, speaking of Elazar, I guess, we were talking about how earlier it might be connected to the Withering. I do think it's interesting that Archon residue, or whatever the Fatui did to Kale, made the effects of Elazar stop. It's really suspicious, which makes me think that Archon residue has something to do with it. And maybe the Withering and Archon residue might be one and the same thing. Who knows? I don't know. Now that I think about it, this could be Dottore's lab, since it said his lab is in the desert. Okay, possibly. Is it in ruins, though? Like, is his lab in ruins? I thought it was implied that Dottore caused the Elazar outbreak. Did he? Did he? I have no idea. I actually don't know. Can y'all help me out with that? I have no idea. But anyway, let's continue. Oh, you assumed his lab was in the hospital. I mean, it could have been, yeah. I don't know. Dottore he's a little mischief maker. We'll talk about him when he pops up.
Traitors are what us followers of the Scarlet King despise them.
Ah. Aha. Okay. What do y'all think about this little mural? What do y'all think about this mural? So, for context, I guess, we know that a whole bunch of civilizations around Teyvat have murals like this, right? With the exception of some, like Akademiya didn't really have any murals, but it was also one of the oldest civilizations that we've seen so far, right? Now, this civilization should be pretty old too, because this stretches back to the Scarlet King's era, right? So this is like, I don't know if it's pre-Archon War or during the Archon War, but this should be a pretty old civilization. And it makes sense that their murals are more Egyptian themed, right? Since this entire area is more Egyptian themed. But what's interesting is there are seven little things. They look like they're wearing little halos or something. I'm not quite sure. They also have these weird purple things in the center of them with like this big ass eye. We've gotten eye imagery so much in the game, especially in Inazuma. Especially with like the Raiden Shogun, she has like this weird eye thing. And I've associated eyes with like heaven, especially for Egyptian mythology, right? Like the Eye of Horus, the Eye of Ra, or the Eyes of Ra. I'm thinking the eyes might be Celestia here. And these like might be sages, kind of like how Tsurumi Island and Dragonspine had their own murals. They had sages, and then there were like a king-like figures. But I'm thinking this might represent Celestia like watching everything. I don't fucking know. Yeah, Celestia sees all. Cosmo Taco's right. And it's interesting also that later in the trailer, there's this little message that says, "I see you," if you decode it. So I think, I don't know, the eye makes me think of Celestia. I don't know what to think of these 7 creatures, though, or people, whatever the hell they are. And I don't know if these purple things are something that they're holding, or if it's just like part of their outfit. I don't know. This was interesting, though. Yeah, I think that could be it. Yeah. Biblically accurate angels have a crap ton of eyes. Biblically accurate angels are creepy as hell. Like, they're really scary. But I think they're supposed to be. But yeah, they're really scary. 7 archons, 5 gods, 1 primordial, 1 above them all. 1 above them with his 4 shades, making it a total of 13 gods and 4 guardians. That's interesting. The number 13 also has significance. At least in Honkai, it has some significance, like with the Flame Chasers. But I also think it's going to have significance in Genshin. It was mentioned in Princess Mina of the Fallen Nation, though that's like a lore book, and you have to... That's really dependent on people parsing through it and then trying to figure out what it means based on a story that's told to us. But they do mention 13 samurai going against this big dude and defeating him, which makes me really suspicious. But yeah, this could be the 7 archons. That's interesting. But my question is, this is before the age of the archons, right? Like, King Deshret's kingdom was around before the age of the archons? Maybe not. The only reason I say that is because it seems like gods were either killed or like they had to sacrifice their own lives, so that most of them couldn't be around. Like, it seems like only the 7 Archons are like the official gods of the game, except for like Andreas, who is like in a quote unquote spirit kind of form because he gave most of his power to the land before he turned into like the wolf spirit that he is now. And you don't really see many other gods in the game, unless you count like Adepti as like godlike beings, because they kind of are, but then they are not, which is kind of confusing. I don't even know what the difference is between them and like a god, but must just be power levels or something. I don't know. Didn't Scarlet King unite the desert? I think I heard that some more. Yeah, he like he ends up making a hive mind out of his people, but I think there were like 3 big tribes around the desert that worshipped him, and basically all the people in the desert were like his children. Basically, he was in charge. Yeah, the trinity of Scarlet, Rukkhadevata, and Goddess of Flowers seems pre-Archon War. Yeah, that would fall in line with what we know about other gods as well. And yeah, Andreas is like a ghost, basically. He's not in like his original form. So like all of the gods that aren't the Archons seem to either be in some sort of dead state or completely reduced form. Unless you count the Sustainer, who is a god, but we don't see her often, so ignore her. And also whatever gods are in Celestia. Maybe this mural is, in particular, is referencing the Archon War. Purple might be Gnosis. That would be interesting. And then like Celestia is overseeing the battle or something. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. But I'm sure Paimon will have comments about this shit when we go see it. So, is Celestia playing a game of musical chairs after the unknown god killed the primordial one? Basically. I mean, there were 7 sovereigns in the beginning, right? 7 rulers seem to be a whole thing into that. Yes. Yeah, the number 7 is super important. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. Adepti are just like magical creatures, I guess, but not like divine power. Zhongli is different because he has like godlike divinity and whatnot. Okay, so, but here's my question. So the Adepti are one thing, and then there's people like Yae Miko, and her lineage, they're like called divine kitsune. And even, I think the Kitsune Saigu was called the Kitsune Goddess. So it's like confusing. Is that just like the people calling her a goddess and treating her that way? Or is she like, or are they like really divine in some way? Like, I just don't know the difference between the gods and then creatures like Yae Miko and Adepti and stuff. Or is 7 cyclical? Like there was a previous 7, possibly. I mean, like 7 is just such an important number. 7 Archons, 7 sovereigns. Crazy. Yeah, the primordial dragons, there were 7 of them too. It's really suspicious. There's a theory going on like Nahida is actually Rukkhadevata, but she just forgot who she is and reduced in size, like the Arnars. Yeah, so I've theorized too that she's like, that Nahida is some sort of offshoot of Rukkhadevata, like a reduced form. Kind of like how I think Paimon is a reduced form of one of the Moon Sisters. But I think the Goddess of Flowers kind of complicates things, because if Nahida really is like a Teresa Apocalypse counterpart, Teresa's a clone of Colin, right? And it's seeming like the Colin XP, at least so far in this case, is the Goddess of Flowers. And also, if you noticed on the official art for the live stream, you guys remember what that, the art of the Archons, Nahida was laying in A's lap, and Venti and Zhongli were around as well. But Kusanali was holding a Padisara, and we all know Padisaras are like the favorite flower of the Goddess of Flowers. They bloomed at her feet. I don't know, it just seems like Nahida might in some way be an offshoot of the Goddess of Flowers as well. I don't know, it's weird. It's really weird. I feel like there's gonna be this big twist about it, but we'll have to see. They're like lesser gods or spirits. Okay, I mean, like, that makes sense. I think they're divine creatures with special powers. Then gods manipulate the elements without visions. Okay. But like, my question is, Why are the Adepti and like yokai allowed to exist, but the gods weren't? Like Celestia just straight up said kill each other to the gods, but these other divine beings or like half divine beings can exist. I don't know, it's weird. I think that to normal people, many beings might be considered gods, but to Celestia, there is a clear distinction between other gods and true gods. Yeah, other beings and true gods. Yeah. It's really weird because they're lesser beings. But why? Different power scales. Yeah. Also, I'm not surprised that both the primordial one and the unknown god are travelers. Wait, more on that later. They're not as powerful and can't possibly challenge Celestia, probably. Yeah. And the true gods do have demon names, and maybe it has something to do with potential, right? But it's just weird to me that humans can become gods, allegedly. Allegedly. Big allegedly. That's what we're being told, but that might not be the case. And then according to the stories, Adepti also have the potential possibly to become gods and ascend to Celestia. It's weird. It's weird, y'all. It's weird. But yeah, anyway, let's move on.
One of us could be secretly revealing our whereabouts to the Akademiya.
Oh, these machines are so cool. Okay, wait. So I had a question. This area, if you guys remember, there's this gigantic space in Sumeru that had like 2 different ruin drakes. You kill them and then you get like a chest. But I was always like confused because I'm like, what is this big space for? Is this enemy gonna end up in that space? If you guys remember what I'm talking about, there's this big ass space that's like, you defeat 2 ruin drakes and then there's a chest and then it's empty. I think it's gonna appear there, but we'll see. Seems like it, yeah. Oh wow, y'all still at the beginning. Yeah? You didn't, I'm such a rambler, y'all. I mean, at this point, how long have we spent on just this? Probably a long ass time. Yeah, it seems like a boss arena. Yeah, it always seemed like a boss arena. I was like, why is this here? And now that makes sense. This thing will probably appear there. Yeah, it seems like a boss arena. In the dev interview right before Genshin launched, they said humans have a special responsibility into that is more noble than the protection duty of the Adepti, which is really sus. Yeah, it's really sus. Humans are valued so much, but also are like, they make it a point of seeming like humans are at the bottom of the barrel, kind of. But it doesn't seem like that. Humans seem to be like the most important thing in this game. Yeah, the space reminds me of the space where the Golden Wolf Lord is before it came out. Yeah, it looks like a total boss space. So maybe this boss will be where that area is in the rainforest. I don't know. But that's what I thought when I saw this. All right, y'all, what's going on here? So like, is this in the mausoleum or is this like a domain? And also, who is this? That looks like a core of 30 person. He's like wearing the blue of the core of 30. I don't know who this is. This is like a old man. And then we get a cave in.
Answer me this. Did the sage...
That is so suspicious. What do y'all think is happening there? Do you think that's going to happen in like one of the story quests, maybe? Not necessarily the Archon quest? Like in Sinos. Resurrection gone wrong. Possibly. Possibly. Unlikely just for the reason new players would be able to get the old chest. That's true. That's true. That is a good point. I don't know, y'all. All Hatham versus Sino should be in the Archon quest. Yeah, them fighting should be in the Archon quest, but like this cave-in part is weird. Also, these are the same candles from Akademiya, by the way. These are like similar candles. But anyway, we gotta Indiana Jones it, yeah. Maybe when we go inside the pyramid, there are traps like Indiana Jones, yes. It would be a good opportunity to do stuff like that since, you know, Traps and pyramids. That's a theme.
Answer me this. Did the
Those candles have been added to a lot of places. Oh, well then forget it. Forget what I said about them being from Akademiya or whatever. That would be cool though. I'm excited to just travel through this freaking pyramid. It looks so cool.
sages share any information about
And
the
this is gonna be badass.
For cheap
Oh,
labor, like livestock, but
Oh.
easier to control. Nothing more.
so we can see that Dehaya is fighting Aramites. Sino and Al-Haytham are fighting each other in what looks like Aru Village, right? This looks like Aru Village. At least, possibly. Who knows? Yes, the boyfriends are fighting. Why are they fighting? Why are you fighting each other? Oh, this is the new, isn't that the new weapon? The moon thingy? Or one of the 4-star weapons? Possibly, possibly not. And this is the new spear. Yes, okay. Yeah, Dehaya's fight seems to be separate. But if we're going off of the animation, which may have been misleading, then Dehaya does pop up in this fight. I want to know what's going on, y'all. I want to know why these two are coming to blows, because they both work for the Akademiya. Well, it seems like Al-Haytham might be doing some suspicious things. And like Sino's a really high position in the Akademiya. He's like the General Mahamatra, right? And I may have pronounced that completely incorrectly, but both boyfriends got their special weapon. Meanwhile, Dehaya uses the beginner claymore, but that makes sense lore-wise, because remember, she sold her sword. So that's actually some good continuity. The 4-star weapons they do really look good. He said you betrayed Aru Village. What did Al-Haytham do this time? I have no idea. I have no idea, y'all.
We're cheap labor, like livestock, but easier to
Al-Haytham
control.
seems to be our sugar
Nothing
daddy
more.
in the desert. Yes.
My
Oh, finally.
experiment is a success. And now it seems they can no longer hold back their
All right, so I wish we could zoom in. But doesn't he look so cool? Doesn't Dottore look so cool? Also, what is behind him? Like, is he like wearing wings or something? Like there's something behind him. Is it like a machine? He does look playable. He does, which is really exciting. I hope he's playable. Please let us be playable. Let him be playable. Let him be playable. Look at all these simps, mind controlled. His experiment was a success, and now it seems they can no longer hold back their sheer adoration. Interesting. So, first we get that the Akademiya is trapping people in an eternal dream, and that is some sort of experiment that they are conducting. Now we're getting that Dottore is mind controlling people, and I'm pretty sure this has to do with the Akasha system. Because remember, the Akasha system like links people's brains together into one massive brain, which, by the way, is very reminiscent of what happened with the Scarlet King and what he allegedly did with his people. So that's why I'm really thinking this is mind control, not like puppets or anything, or that he's summoning puppets. I really think he's controlling actual people. Also, I saw people mentioning on Twitter that so a god's power is tied to the people's faith, right? We've gotten that a couple times actually within the lore. I believe one of the books about Orobashi mentions it. Did somebody say fucking Madam Ping? No. You know they use the same freaking models for like all the old people. She's not here. Dottore looks hella fine. Like, damn. I am such a simp for him and Scaramouche. I'm not even joking. But yeah, so a god's power can be tied to faith, right? And that's probably, well, allegedly one of the reasons why Venti is not as powerful as he could be, if that's the case. which doesn't really make any sense because the people of Mondstadt still kind of worship him. And compare him to like Kusanali, who's trapped in a birdcage, and there's like half of the population that supports Rukkhadevata versus Kusanali. Then again, Kusanali and Rukkhadevata might be kind of the same person, but we'll see. But I'm wondering if their ultimate goal is to like make a god or something like that. I mean, we know Dottore legit said that he can make a god if given the time. That's what he tells Piero when Piero recruits him. So is that what they're trying to do now? They're like mind controlling people, turning them into simps, and then empowering a god, which we'll talk about who that might be. But I did find this scene to be very interesting. Because, like, it is a logical next step, right? Going from dreams to controlling people. Because if the Akademiya was just able to trap everyone in a dream, and not only that, erase their memories each time, that is super interesting. And also, Nahida has this power. She has the power to, like, enter people's minds and take control. She says she doesn't do that to people, but she does it to Catherine. And we know that the Akademiya is using the Dendro Archon's Gnosis to power the Akasha, so it makes sense that the Gnosis of the Dendro Archon, who may have had the power to just mind control people, this totally makes sense, y'all. Kids got in the dream loop, so, Still love the fact that we got a Dottore name reveal in 3.0. Yes, so people are speculating it's Zandik, which means heretic. Which means, yeah, it's probably Dottore. And Zandik's backstory is very suspicious because he may or may not have murdered someone. So we'll have to. I want Dottore lore. I'm so fucking thirsty for it. The Electro-Gnosis. Ah, yes, we'll talk about Scaramumu and the Electro-Gnosis soon. It seems like Dottore was waiting to see what Skara was able to accomplish with the Gnosis. That would make sense, but it's like. So, like, is he against the Fatui, Scaramouche? Or were the Fatui completely content with letting Scaramouche figure out what he needed to figure out? Because if we remember from A Winter Night's Lazzo, Dottore was like, yeah, the dude he's trying to master the divine gaze, whatever that means. And I had speculated divine gaze had something to do with visions because visions have been likened to the divine gaze before. They're straight up called the eyes of God in the Chinese version. And they've just been references that in the English version as well as like divine gaze. But that's interesting if he just let Scaramouche do whatever the fuck he wanted with the Electro-Gnosis, all to end up in the mecha suit thing that we see at the end of this. We'll talk about that in a second. The way he went on a date with that chick and then dissected her. I know, that's the most romantic thing you can do. Go on a picnic and then dissect your date. Zandik already had people down bad for him also. Yes, he did. He had simps. How did this man have simps? He is cold-hearted. He is evil. He does child experimentation. But then again, in real life, serial killers have simps. So really, I'm not that surprised. I feel so bad for little Koos. That's an adorable name for her, by the way. She needs more time to figure people and, of course, herself out. Yeah. But now she may have to speed run everything. Yeah. I really feel bad for her. Like, really bad. It's really sad. She's just a little bird in a cage. And she's trying to do her best. And she's a young god, too. Like 500 years old, but whatever. What if Dottore wants the Traveler to defeat Skara and then take the Gnosis after? That would be interesting. That would be a thing. Maybe that is his plan. Let us wear ourselves out. And then he's like, well, whatever, let me take the Gnosis. That would be a good idea, actually. He's charismatic. Yes, Dottore is, and he's so hot. He is so hot. Kale trauma in the background. Yes, I love Kale, but Dottore, he's just hot. Oh, God. Anyway, let's continue.
Sheer adoration.
Here we go. There was that I see you. All right, so we are at the Catherine gets stabbed part. That look of absolute pain and Ether's eyes. Oh, so sad. So what do you guys think is going on here? Why do you think they're trying to get Catherine? Why would they even want Catherine? Also, the scream. Did that sound like Catherine's voice actor screaming? I believe Catherine's voice actor is the same as Ayaka's voice actor. I could be wrong, but I think that's true. It is Ayaka's voice actor. But yeah, I'm thinking, right. Yes. I am agreeing with all of you. I think it's Kusanali. I think it's Nahida in control. But how did they know she was controlling Catherine? And why are the core of 30 after her? So you guys think Dottore put these guys up to it and wanted to capture or do something to Kusanali? My question is, how does this stop Kusanali? If Kusanali is just interacting with people via minds, how does this hurt Kusanali? Because we know also that Kusanali can just straight up enter someone else's mind and talk to them like she did with the Traveler on the Golden Apple Archipelago. So she doesn't necessarily need Catherine. Catherine's just like a vessel, isn't she? So like, how does this hurt? How does this hurt her? Maybe they're trying to sever or like prevent her from interacting with the Traveler, but then again, like I just said, she can literally just pop into somebody's mind. Catherine ain't gonna die, y'all. She's a robot. Yeah, she's a robot, so don't feel too bad about her getting stabbed. I'm sure she's fine. She just needs some repairs. Like, she just needs some repairs. She's fine. She'll be fine. I mean, if you can traumatize a child, right? Because remember, Kusanali is reluctant to take over non-robot people, so by disabling Catherine, she has to break some moral rules. Right, but like, she can still talk to the Traveler through his mind. Like, she doesn't necessarily need to, like, take control of a vessel to communicate, right? This stops Kusanali because she would never possess someone else but Catherine. Right, but again, yeah, like, can't she just pop into people's minds? Yeah, but she doesn't want to mind control real people. But, like, she didn't mind control the Traveler in the Golden Apple Archipelago. So, like, she could still just, like, talk to the Traveler in, like, his brain. Dottore probably blocked her connection with the Akasha. That would make sense, yeah. But how do you do that? Also, speaking of Nahida, are we like thinking that she's like trapped somewhere and that they're using her to power the Akasha system? I know the Gnosis was said to power it, but like, why is she being kept imprisoned somewhere? Why do they need her for anything? What are they using her for, if anything at all? And from what it sounds like, Nahida doesn't know why they're doing what they're doing, like the Akademiya. So it's like, are they using her, or is she just kind of trapped somewhere powering something? She does call herself like the first Akasha system, so maybe she is like somehow unconsciously powering it. She probably is the source of the Akasha terminals. That would make sense. He talked directly to the oh yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. That was a dream. You're right. So she was communicating via dreams. That would make, okay, that makes sense. But like, was that after the dream thing got turned off though? Was that after the machine got turned off? Yeah, she's in the sanctuary. I'm just wondering why she needs to stay in there and why we haven't seen her physically. Because all we've been able to interact with her is through dreams. Stoic, oh my gosh, thank you for the donation. Wow, thank you. Okay, Ether and Lil Koos are about to do a fusion dance. Oh gosh. He does have the Dendro Bluetooth on, and Catherine's a robot, so she'll be fine. Wait a minute, he put it back on? Wait, he put it back on? Wait, no, I don't see him wearing his Akasha terminal. I thought he was like done with that shit. But oh, but I mean, he does still have it though. So yeah, you're right. He could do that. He could put it back on and risk his safety though. The effects lasted in GAA. Okay, okay. Yeah, True. If the Fatui want the Gnosis, they are going to have to be doing something to Nahida. Yeah. It's like that whole thing with burning down the tree that we see in A Winter Night's Lotso, and then paralleling that with Dendro Slimes having to be burned before they reveal themselves. So maybe that is what we're seeing. Maybe we're seeing them attack Nahida however they can in order to expose her somehow. I don't know. We don't even know if Kusanali had the Gnosis. Yeah, it seems like, I feel like the Akademiya has it. Yai called her an entity, not an Archon. Perhaps it's Ruka's Gnosis that has always been with the Akademiya since Ruka's death. Yes. But then my question is, why do they need her? Well, first of all, Celestia definitely, wants each nation to have its own god. So maybe that's why they also took back Kusanali. But I'm just like, they don't seem to really do anything with Kusanali. She's like just there. She's like trapped. So like, what do they need her for? Why? It's all confusing. Yeah, he doesn't have it, which was why I was gonna, he can't, yeah. I don't know if he wasn't wearing it, but I mean, he could still possess it though. The mirages persisted for a while after the machine was turned off. That was part of the in-lore explanation for why we could still explore even after turning it off. Okay, I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, y'all. So she was communicating with him via a dream, and that's the only reason she could. Okay. That makes sense. Nahida doesn't count Catherine as an actual person, which would make sense. She's just a puppet. Speaking of that, I wonder what her thoughts on Albedo and Skara would be. I think Albedo is a life form. He is organic, although artificial, he is organic. Versus like Catherine and the Raiden Shogun and Scaramouche is a little more confusing. The Raiden Shogun and Scaramouche might be in a completely different league because it's implied that A learned how to make these puppets via an ancient technique, which might have been Conrian technique. But yeah, Albedo's not a robot. He's a life form. Wait, Catherine is organic. Wait, is she organic or is she just completely mechanical? Because sis be saying error every time I'm around her. Yes, probably Kemia. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like A may have stumbled upon however she learned how to make the puppets in Conria. She's bio-organic. She's bionic. Wait, is that the same thing as bio-organic? She says arrow, but she's bionic. She has a keyhole in her back, right? Yes, it's right here. It's like right there. Yeah, she does have a keyhole. She said she needs some maintenance in the Archon quest, so she must be a robot. Yeah, like I thought she was just straight up a robot, but there may be some human elements to her. Well, the one thing I can say is she has her own consciousness from what it seems like. She does have her own consciousness. So I would treat her like a person. She's an automaton, so completely mechanical robot. No organs or anything. That's a cyborg. She can be both. Y'all, I don't know. I assumed, especially based on earlier actions in the quest, she connects to a network like the Akasha system. Yeah, I'm assuming that every Catherine is linked together, by the way, like all the Catherines throughout the world. And that was kind of implied through the Inazuma Catherine, because she was like, oh, I went to the shrine. Even though she was in Liyue, she went to the Sacred Sakura. What is that shrine called on top of the mountain? Y'all, I'm blanking on it, but you know what I'm fucking talking about. You know what I'm talking about. It's probably like a hive mind, yeah. She does have emotions and a sense of humor that's shared between the Catherines. Yeah. Narukami, thank you. The Narukami Shrine. Grand Narukami Shrine, thank you. But yeah, she does seem to have her own sense of self. So I wouldn't just call her like a useless robot that she has feelings. So it is kind of sad to see her get stabbed, but again, she's a robot, so she'll be fine. What's going on here? I really want to know what the Akademiya is doing with Dottore, because at this point, they have to be working together, y'all. Like, the Fatui and the Akademiya are definitely working together. Right, she seems like a person. Wait, is that the Wait, is it that the Akademiya has the Gnosis but need Kusanali to unlock the Gnosis's power for the Akasha? That's possible. So they just need her to use the Gnosis. That's possible. Because we don't know how Gnosis function or like what you do with them, because it seems like the gods don't really freaking use them for anything. Except for Venti, who like made a vessel using the Gnosis, and then Zhongli made Mora, and then now we get the Akasha system from the Gnosis, so whatever, I don't freaking know. Alright, let's continue. Let's see our boy. This is beautiful, by the way. This is just beautiful. Couple things to note. So, is this what he's been working on? Is this why we haven't seen the boy in like forever? Just this? Did the Fatui help him build this? Did he fashion this using the Gnosis? Is that a power the Gnosis has? Evangelion moment. Yes. Doesn't Dawe love Evangelion, and that's why we see like references of it all the time? Can you focus and see if all the soldiers in the core of 30 are wearing the Akasha terminals or not? Oh, that's a good point. Okay, so let's actually do that before we talk about Scaramouche. So I can't tell in this picture. Let's go to when they're attacking Catherine. These people are wearing the Akasha terminals. Okay, so it doesn't look like they are, because it seems like people wear their Akasha terminals on their left side. Catherine's clearly wearing hers, but they are not, which makes me think they are not being mind controlled, which makes me think that the Akademiya maybe intentionally said, hey, you might not want to wear your Akasha terminals because we're trying to mind control people. So they must be free from the control, but they're definitely henchmen of sorts. Interesting. Fatui low-key becoming a designer company. Yes. Then someone hired them. Yeah, I'm thinking it's the Akademiya behind it and the Fatui. Scaramech. Yes, the Scaramech is beautiful. Beautiful. I think only godly entities can use the Gnosis. That's also why I think Scaramouche can use it, because he's a divine entity as well, created through divine means at the very least. Yeah, so Scaramouche is like a divine puppet, so it makes sense that he can use the Gnosis, but like normal humans? Yeah, they might need Kusanali for that, like you guys are saying. Are we gonna get A and Scar interactions like mother and son? I'm hoping so. If not, in Sumeru, because I think everything is gonna resolve for Scaramouche in Inazuma, like it has to, right? So I do think we are definitely gonna get that interaction. I want A to acknowledge the pain that she caused him, because really Scaramouche is just a rebellious child who was abandoned by his mother. And I want Scaramouche to call A mother. I want that moment. I do want that moment, and I think we are gonna get it. All three MiHoYo co-founders are big Evangelion fans. Oh, okay. That's why we keep seeing all the freaking references to it. More like Dottore, for to build that kind of machine, definitely not Scar. Yeah, it definitely seems like Scaramouche may have had some help with this mecha thing, because it's gorgeous, but it's like, boy, did you do this? Did you do this? Also, it looks... I was expecting something like the Raiden Shogun had, like her second form, the puppet form. But this is kind of... This is cool. I'm not mad at this. I'm wondering if this is going to transform as well throughout the fight. And we see different forms of it. If there is a fight. I'm assuming there is a fight. A said she let Scaramouche go because she felt like she owed him something. Yeah. So I think there's just like big misunderstandings between A and Scaramouche because he just thinks she abandoned him. Which, I mean, I guess you can say she kind of did because she was just like, all right, you're free to go. Bye. But to him, he probably just felt worthless. And hopefully they clear the air with that. Sandrone will be pissed. Yes. I'm wondering, I want to meet Sandrone. She's such an interesting character too, even though we got like 3 seconds of her in the Lotso trailer. Weekly boss, probably. Okay. The head... Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking it's a weekly boss too. The headpiece reminds me of Capitano. Oh yeah, kinda. Because he's got the whole like open area and then the little dark area. Yeah, I can see that. It seems like the mech doesn't have legs, so floating robot? Yeah, that's what I'm assuming. It's just going to be like a floating torso with 2 arms. What does that remind me of? Gosh. Am I thinking Yu-Gi-Oh? There's like a monster that was kind of like this. No, I'm thinking of Metagross. That's what I'm thinking of. Not even Yu-Gi-Oh, a fucking Pokemon. Because Metagross kind of is like that, where he has like just a torso and then arms. It reminds me more of Susanoo's. Oh, yeah. You're right. It does remind me of... It is like Susanoo from Naruto. Yeah. It is like Susanoo from Naruto. Like the initial form of it. Not like the other 10, 12 different fucking forms Susanoo has or whatever the fuck. See, the robot I assume is Archon only boss, but I'm sure we'll get some weekly boss with him. Speaking of this bot, have you seen the Honkai robot? Yes, I've seen that picture floating around of like the Honkai boss that looks really similar to this. Also, Scaramouche is like hooked up to this thing. You see that? It's like there's like energy surging, which makes sense. I mean, he's operating it. So like, it just makes me wonder if this was the Fatui's plan all along. If the Fatui did help him build this. Because he could have used the Gnosis or something to make this. I don't know. But if the Fatui did help him make this, is Scaramouche meant to be that god? That Dottore is like, I can make gods on my own. Is Scaramouche meant to be that? Which would make sense. He is a divine puppet again. Yeah, he's like hooked up to this thing. I think Dottore is doing something behind the Fatui's back. I mean, that would make sense too, because Dottore, he does give the impression of, I do what I want. But also, I don't know. It's very unclear right now if Scaramouche and Dottore are like working in tandem with each other. Little Orange ignores me. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you. What'd you say? What'd you say? It feels more like Dottore helped him and Dottore will probably let us defeat him or kill. Yeah. Was gone for 1 hour. What happened? Oh, we're still on the trailer. Just rambling about shit. We're talking about Scaramouche now and this brobot and whether or not Dottore had something to do with this. I'm wondering if Dottore will visit Kale. I'm hoping he does. This one. So Scaramouche is trying to use the Archon residue being injected to him in order the Gnosis to accept him. Seems like he has cables connecting him to the robot thingy. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what was going on here. I assumed he's just, obviously he's the pilot of this mega suit, right? And that's why he's hooked up to it. But is he using Archon residue? That would be interesting. I have no idea what this is being powered by, if not the Gnosis. Also, obviously we're going to get an Electro enemy, but I'm wondering if, because so far the Fatui have had 2 elements, right? All the weekly bosses have had 2 different elements that they use. Child used Electro and Hydro. Senora used Cryo and Pyro. So what is Scaramouche's gonna be? Electro and what? It is being powered by Lean. Oh my goodness. I don't think the Gnosis accepts him yet. That's why he's a failed puppet. Possibly. That's possible. I don't know. This dude is so vague about what he knows, and I'm tired of it. Because he just like, oh, by the way, the stars are a lie, and the sky is a lie too. By the way, goodbye. Also, the world, like eternity stretches on. It's like a bubble. I don't know, whatever the fuck he said. Moments being like bubbles on the surface of water or something. He says sus things all the time. Stop, chat. Stop. Wait, stop what? Stop what? Electro and Animo. He's Animo. Electro, Dendro, or Animo. Animo, Cryo, probably Electro and Animo. Well, like, I heard that whole theory about him. Like, obviously, Raiden is like Raijin, and then there's Fujin, who is Raijin's brother, and Fujin is a god of storms and wind, and people were like, maybe he's based on that, so maybe he is Animo. Oh, they're talking about leaks. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Nope. Shut it down. No. Bad. No leaks. Bad. Oh, no. No leaks. Please, no leaks. Please. But anyway, moving on from that conversation, if he is a boss, which it seems like he freaking is, are we going to get this patch? Or is this going to be like, oh, haha, we're baiting you. This is like, we're only going to show you like a sliver of him in the Archon quests, and then he's going to disappear again. My wallpaper is awesome, by the way. Thank you. I think, okay, so my wallpaper is from, wait, hold on. Get rid of this thing. That's from Unreconciled Stars. It's really cool. Yeah. Boop, boop. Wait, hold on. Now I lost my place. No way he's this patch. Sino and Nilu still need Raiden's weekly stuff. Oh, okay. I mean, that makes sense. 1.1. Oh, you were talking about his second. Wasn't that leak disproved? Was okay, anyway. Yeah, I have the live one for that wallpaper. Oh, cool. I think it will be in the patch. It would be dumb to show it here and not in the quest. Yeah, my fear is just they're gonna be like, oh, by the way, here he is. You've been waiting to see him since like forever. And then that's literally it. Like this is the last part of the Archon quest. Can you imagine? Like it's just us. It's just them showing this and then moving on. And then we have to wait until next patch. That would be so annoying. But I hope he does show up in some capacity in Act 3. And I say Act 3 because it seems like Act 3 is the one that's going to focus on the Fatui and then the Akademiya and their dream mind control shenanigans. I feel like it'll be a weekly boss. Yeah, I definitely think he's the next weekly boss at the very least. Because we get a Fatui dude every region. So, and it's about damn time we got one. They just show us him. Yes, yeah, that's what I feel like they're literally going to do. I feel like they're just going to show him and then that'll be it. Because they did that shit with that one version release where he was in the Archon residue factory. And that was a very brief moment. Like he showed up, but it was like for only that specific part and then he was gone. I'm complaining about this because I'm a Scaramouche simp and I want to see more of him. Miko doesn't give an F about Scaramouche. No, she don't. I mean, she kind of did care. Didn't she like take him into her care? Because like A dropped him off at the Grand Narukami Shrine at first. And then he left. Aren't we all Onion? That's true. Yes, 2.1. That was annoying. That was an annoying patch for me because I was like, why have him show up for like 2 minutes and then leave? The Archon quest continues until 3.2. Yeah, so we still have probably 2 more Archon quests. Because it seems like they released 2 and 3.0, and then now they're releasing 2 and 3.1. By the way, I love this format of them. instead of releasing the Archon quest all at once, we're getting like, number one, these Archon quests are longer, which I like. But I do like that it's being separated. I do like that. And I don't know, Sumeru's Archon quest is just super interesting. This is like the most interesting Archon quest we've had to date, in my opinion. At least one that revolves around a specific region. I think it's more interesting than Liyue's. I think it's a little bit more interesting than Mondstadt's. And a little more interesting than Inazuma's. Inazuma's was handled poorly, though, I think. But at the end of the day, I ended up liking Inazuma's stuff when it was all said and done. I'll just put it that way. What if Capitano has like a Geo-Pyro kind of thing? That would be cool. Where he has like lava-ish powers. That would be really cool. And throws a big-ass meteor like Zhongli but on fire. That would be awesome. Isn't the quest until 3.3? Oh, it's until 3.3? Jesus. We've got a lot to go through then. Okay, then. They're definitely going to save the Rukkhadevata shit for the end then. Like, showing us what Rukkhadevata looked like. I guarantee you they're going to wait until the end. Or they're going to wait until Nahida's, like, one of Nahida's story quests. Which would be annoying. I want to know now. But we'll see. To be honest, I think all Mondstadt Archon Quest is underrated. Mondstadt's Archon Quest was fun. It definitely was. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I liked it. But I like Sumeru's a lot. I wonder how fast until Skaramech R34. Don't know. I want to play him now, but something tells me we're not going to play him for like 2 more patches or like, and by play him, I mean like play against his weekly boss. But I don't know. I want to fight. The quests are until 3.2. Okay, so there's people saying 3.2 and then 3.3. I think we will get another Venti story quest, just saying. I hope so. He's the only Archon so far that hasn't gotten a second story quest. I mean, excluding Nahida, she's new. But Zhongli and A have had their second story quests. I feel like this boss will be so frustrating, like Dvalin's camera perspective and Raiden and Signor's difficulty. I don't know how this is gonna go, but I do think it will change form. It's not gonna stay in this form, at least. I kind of hope it doesn't. Because I kind of hope we fight Scaramouche himself, like, outside of the mech. I really do think we're gonna do that, so. But it's looking really cool right now. Like, this is really looking cool. Also, where do you think this is? Like, where do you think this area is? Do you guys know? Have you thought about it? I mean, we can't really see much, right? But it does look like it's in... Is it like in Nahida's little palace thingy? Like in her little house? Kind of like how Senora, her boss fight is in Tenshikaku. Didn't they show the schedule in the 3.0 live stream and we saw that the Arkham... Okay, yeah, all right. 3.3 then. Venti story quest in 13.1. God, please no. Give us his story quest soon. Probably an area in the desert. It does look like the Akademiya. The Akademiya, I think. It's probably in the sanctuary. Somewhere in the building, but where? Who knows? Maybe up that elevator. Oh, do you mean the elevator in the library? That would be interesting. The floor is reflective. I noticed that too. It is reflective. That's interesting. Lots of things to think about here. He's probably in the Akademiya where the elevator is. Probably. Maybe. It's the marble table. Oh, maybe this is like a marble. I don't know. The reflective floor reminds me of the Akademiya. The design reminds me of the library, so library or sanctuary of the Surasthana. Yeah. That would make sense. Yeah. Interesting.
The pain will be...
Well, okay, so if it is in the Akademiya, then that really makes me think the Fatui had something to do with this mech. And possibly the Akademiya. Maybe they're all fucking working in cahoots with each other. Like to for this. Because, like, remember what I said about gods needing faith for power? Maybe they're fueling this thing with the faith of the people. Maybe that's what they plan on doing with the Akasha system. Like, using the faith of the people, even if it is artificial and fake, to power a god of their own creation. Which would be wild and scary. The Akademiya is so sus. Why are they doing this? I think they could be in cahoots together despite being sus of each other. Right. I think, at the very least, everybody has their own goal, but I think the Fatui and the Akademiya's goals may align right now. But I think Dottore is looking specifically for something. I feel like Dottore, whether or not things go to plan, I feel like he's gonna win regardless of what happens. Because at the end of the day, at least it's my personal thought, the Fatui are going to get the Gnosis. They are going to get the Electro-Gnosis. They are going to get the Dendro-Gnosis, because I believe that Tsaritsa will actually complete her plan of collecting all of these little chess pieces. So I do think one way or another, Dottore is going to walk away with 2 Gnosis at some point. And even if it's not him, it's going to be someone else. You mean using Electro-Gnosis to take over control of the Akasha? Possibly. Like, they're using the Akasha to feed power into this thing. I don't freaking know. It's giving a Realm Reborn vibes. Such devastation, right? Yes, it's like... I don't know what's going on, y'all. I don't know what's going on. Because they did used to have a school of mechanical study or whatever. Yeah, but they, like... Didn't they ban mechanical life forms altogether? Which is really funny because this, and they might be experimenting with Scaramouche, who is kind of a mechanical life form, but is also kind of organic. It's weird. But if they definitely built this shit, well, they broke their own rules. Now that I think about it, the texts we saw in the Archon Quest Act 2, every time the beep sound happened, we heard people from the Akademiya speaking in the background. Yeah, they were like conducting some sort of research, which means the Akademiya are somewhere conducting the research, probably somewhere close to Sumeru. It has to be, because they said the Akasha terminals only function in bigger cities like Sumeru City and Port Ormos. By the way, on that note, were the people in Port Ormos affected by what happened in 3.0? Or was it just Sumeru City? Like, and we know the desert people also, they don't have Akasha terminals, which is interesting, by the way. We talk about the contrast between the Akademiya and the desert people and their conflict. It's interesting that they restrict access to the Akasha terminal for the desert people. Racism or something is going on, y'all. It's just Sumeru City? Okay. Okay. That was one thing I was wondering. I was like, is Ormos Port affected? Port Ormos? But when the desert people enter Sumeru City, they have to wear one. Okay. So they don't have one out in the desert, but they do have to wear one within the city. Interesting. Yeah, this is so sus, y'all. The ICU was in Sumeru's language, so it's probably not Scaramouche saying it. That's creepy. Then who do you think is saying it if not Scaramouche? I see you. It's weird because we get this shot of Scaramouche's face, and then we get the words, I see you. I see you. I wonder if the Akasha system is, like, if they are linking it to Scaramouche, then would it work in reverse? Would he be able to control people? I don't fucking know, y'all. Also, what is he talking about? Your era is coming to an end.
Your era is coming to an end.
Like, do you see that? Like, this big ass, like, outlet is just, like, hooked up to him. The Scarlet King. Oh, you might think Deshret is saying it. Could be. Yeah, could be. Could be. Sino, possibly. Nahida, possibly. I think anything is possible. Ruka Devada, the Akademiya. It's all possible. I think it's the Age of Gods, but who knows? I mean, that would fall in line with what the Fatui are trying to do, right? Your era is coming to an end. Yeah. He talked about pain before. Oh, does he? Where? The line makes me feel like he is actually against the Akademiya. I don't know. Because if he's not against the Fatui right now, and the Fatui and the Akademiya are working together, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Speaking about his mama, probably, maybe. But also, it's interesting because I see you reminds me of the whole divine gaze thing. I see you. And remember, he was trying to understand and master the divine gaze. So maybe it is him saying, I see you. Perhaps it's him saying, I have mastered the divine gaze now. I think that might be Celestia. We did talk about Celestia and eyes and how we've gotten a lot of eye imagery in the game. So it could be Celestia. Go back like 20 seconds for the pain line. Like, okay.
There is no need to fear. The pain will be brief.
Oh, okay. There is no need to fear. The pain will be brief. I wonder who he's talking to. Because, like, he could be talking about people linked up to the Akasha system. He could be talking to the Traveler. Maybe he joins us. Scaramouche? Well, if he's going to be playable, he's going to turn into a good guy at some point. Or, like, not trying to murder us guy. Because Child is not a good guy. He's still in the Fatui, but he is an ally. Maybe the divine gaze is A's ability to see everything in Inazuma related to eternity without having to leave the plane of Euthymia. That would make sense because that was a thing, right? She could see things that were happening in Inazuma without leaving the plane of Euthymia while she was meditating. So possibly. But at the same time, she didn't have her gnosis. So I don't know. I've decided he's coming home. Not trying to murder us is basically joining us, yes. Yeah, Scaramouche is going to have to come home for all of us. Look, when this boy drops, when he is on a banner, do you know how much money Hoyoverse is going to make? They are going to make ridiculous amounts of money. I feel like his banner release is going to be one of their biggest ones ever. So many people are anticipating him. It's ridiculous. The pain will be brief cannot be directly hurting someone, but destroying everything they have, mentally painful. Maybe Nahida. Yeah, it's possible. You could be talking to anybody. Sheesh meme. Maybe the robot is a vessel to hold the Gnosis and is linked to him to give him the power of the Gnosis without him actually putting the Gnosis in him. It's possible. It is possible. It's possible. Maybe Celestia is puppeteering him, forcibly making him do the Fandango, aka killing innocents and maybe slightly annoying A plus other Archons. I don't know. It's possible. I mean, I keep saying that's fucking possible. But Celestia seems to be... We don't know how involved they are, because right now they're just kind of in the sky. They're like this thing that exists, but we don't know what they're doing right now. So, I mean, anything could be possible. They could be puppeteering shit. We don't know. But I think the Akademiya and the Fatui are really behind this plot. But I mean, interference from Celestia wouldn't surprise me, especially since the Gnosis, he's using the Gnosis, so who knows? I mean, Zhongli can make Mora still, he just chooses not to while living as a mortal. So her doing it without the Gnosis tracks me. Yeah, it's like, it's confusing. I just don't know like what's specifically a special power of the Gnosis and what they're actually used for. Venti tells us they just directly tap into the power of Celestia. And it's like, okay, but the gods just seem very indifferent about the Gnosis. So, I don't know. Ooh. I see a little silhouette of a man, yes. Scaramouche, Scaramouche, can he do the fandango? Gotta go to work, but I'm loving this convo. Oh, have a good time at work, Uniharu. Good luck. Make that money. Make that money. Have a good day at work. What did the artifacts say about him using the Gnosis again? So when he used it, he figured out it was like basically a lie. Basically, it was not as it seemed. Because he thought it would be the heart that he always wanted. Because remember, A basically made him specifically for the purpose of housing the Gnosis. But he found out it was just a little thing of a lie. It wasn't what he expected it to be. So I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means for him. But we're going to find out. He's clearly not happy. He's saying your era is going to end. And then he found out, remember, that the stars in the sky are a lie. So he's been slowly finding out the truth of the world, the truth behind the human existence. He found out that there isn't much meaning to human life, or at least that's what it seemed like in Inazuma, because he was just like, what? It doesn't matter that those dudes are using delusions. They're going to die anyway. They might as well have their moment of glory and then fizzle out. Yeah, he called it just a husk. He called the Gnosis just a husk. So I don't know what that means. But we'll see. I have my own thoughts about what the Gnosis actually really are, but I'm not going to share those ideas yet. Guys, I missed the Dottore part. What was theorized about him? That he's mind-controlling people. And that's his experiment. For what purpose? I have no idea. And also, he's going to be playable. Like, he looks playable. Or at the very least, he looks really cool. But I do, on Dottore, I do have a separate theory about him. I'll probably end up releasing a video. It's based on the Zondique stuff, though. And it hasn't been confirmed that he is Zondique, but let's be real. He's probably fucking Zondique. And I talked about this during the last stream. But I think he really will turn out to be an Auto-Apocalypse counterpart in more ways than just him being super freaking cold-hearted, the child experimentation, having different segments of himself, which is kind of like how Otto had different clones of himself or different avatars of himself that he could use. But I also think Dottore might have had a little love thing too. Possibly, it's possible. But I'll talk about that later in a different video. Everyone is looking playable so far, right? Still waiting for Columbina lore. I'm waiting for that too. I hope we see her in Inazuma, in Sumeru, or at some point, right? But I have a feeling, I don't know if we'll be able to see her anytime soon. I want more Fatui lore in this patch. Oh, I'm sure we will get more Fatui lore. 100%. 100%. Will the VOD be available for this later? Getting a little late where I am, and I should be responsible and sleep. Yes, Panda Pow, you should go to sleep. And yes, it will be available. You should be able to see it right on my channel page. I'm also waiting for Fontaine Crumbs too, Snowdrop. Yes, I hope not this Dottore, but a good Dottore be playable. Yeah, I think based on the fact that he has segments at different stages of his life, it may mean that he has different perspectives, especially if he has different robots or whatever they are, different synthetic beings at different ages, because when you're at specific ages, you have a different outlook on life. So maybe we'll get a nicer Dottore to play as. He'll definitely have to play nice in the sandbox, because again, all the playable characters so far are allies to the Traveler in some way. When are we going to see Pantalone, though? I have no idea. There's a good chance we're going to see him in Liyue. I don't know. He owns the Northland Bank. There's a good chance of seeing him in Mondstadt because he rented out the entire Grand Goth Hotel, and that has not been explained as far as what he's fucking using for it, really. So there's a good chance of all that. I don't know. I think we will see another Harbinger in this sense. We saw Child in Liyue patch and Senora the Harbinger in the next area. So I think here we will see the Harbinger of Fontaine. That's interesting. That would be interesting, yeah. Yeah, because they have been like introducing Harbingers that we will see later on. Like we got an introduction to Scaramouche, technically in Mondstadt. Senora again in Mondstadt, and then Child in Liyue. So like Sumeru, show us something. Show us a new one. I really want the Hydra Archon to just hate the Traveler. I feel like the Hydra Archon, we're going to get another A situation where she's just evil. I think she's going to be a pain in the side, and we're going to have to convince her to join our side. I also think she's very afraid of Celestia. But we'll see. This is kind of unrelated, but do you think there are any regions other than Snezhnaya that have 2 or more Harbingers from there? Yes. Yes, I do think that we're going to see Harbingers from like the same regions. So Mondstadt, I really think Arlecchino may be from Mondstadt. We'll see. That's purely based on speculation, and also because, again, if you guys have seen my Harbinger video, I think she's going to be a parallel to Venti. But we'll see. She may be from Mondstadt. We already know she's not from Snezhnaya, right? Or at least that's what it seemed like A Winter Night's Lotso was implying. And then Rosaline Senora, she's from Mondstadt too. So I definitely think we're going to see Harbingers from like the same countries that aren't Snezhnaya. Dottore and Mondstadt too, technically, yes. Oh, yeah, you're right, because of the manhwa, sorry. Technically, that is true, yeah. Because Fontaines equals robots and inventions, which equals Sandrone. That would make sense. That would make a lot of sense. I'm thinking... Well, actually, no, I'm not going to say anything about Capitano. He might be from Liyue, but we'll see. Traveler Phoenix Wright moment, yes. Him pointing. Objection. We're gonna definitely get Phoenix Wright. I really do feel like we're gonna get Phoenix Wright jokes in Fontaine. Because if we don't, that would be a wasted opportunity. Wait, I think he's from Notland. Oh, Capitano, that would be interesting. Y'all, it is 108. Goodness gracious. Wasn't Dottore planning to come back in the next Ludi Harpastum is what you're talking about? To check on a project? Probably. I have no idea. Oh, wait, was that from the manga? I think they did mention something like that. Yeah, the Ludi Harpastum. When are we getting that event, by the way? It's been forever. When are we getting that event? Because I thought we were going to get it months ago, but we never did. So 4.5, I would believe that at this point. Because, like, is the Ludi Harpastum a thing? It just doesn't exist. We almost know nothing about Notland and Avanoid. Yeah, it's like we know little bits and pieces about every region except for really Notland. I mean, like, there's this one reference to it in Inazuma about the bathhouses being based off of Notland's hot springs. Or whatever the fuck. But that's like about it. That's it. And then what we know from the manga. And that's it. Oh, and then what we know from the Travail trailer. That's really it. Eventually is the answer. Yeah, basically. Probably not until Snezhnaya, where most of the world is screwed over. Yeah. It's not real. The Ludi Harpastum is not real. It probably won't come back soon since we have the new Mondstadt event. Yeah, it just seems like they're releasing every other Mondstadt event except for the Ludi Harpastum. And I'm wondering why. Maybe because the Ludi Harpastum is important to Venti or something. I don't freaking know. There was an event in 2.0 that mentioned shadowboxing is from Notland. Oh, interesting. Is that like all the crumbs we know about Notland? Hot springs, shadowboxing, and then Vanessa's tribe, and then barely any information about Murata, and that's it. The event might be part of an Archon quest system. It seems important. Possibly. Yeah, I can see that happening. Like I said, maybe there's some special importance where Venti is concerned. So, who knows? But I hope we see it soon. Maybe Ludi is waiting for Varka. That would be interesting. Where is that man, by the way? Where the hell is Varka? Where is he? We are going to get Varka crumbs, hopefully, in this upcoming quest. Because Mika is reading off a letter. By the way, is Mika one of the knights that went with Varka? Did he come back to Mondstadt to convey this message? Is that what's going on in the what? Speaking of, okay, let's go forward. All right, Scaramouche, we know you're gonna kill everyone. All right. Oh yes, yes. Varka went to the borders of Teyvat, whatever that means, wherever the fuck that is. Look at her girl Ellin. Look, she's a knight now. Sis is a knight. She trained, she simped for Jean for years, and now look at where it's led her. I wonder what's gonna happen with the daily commission now. Because isn't this Ellin the knight that was trying to be a knight? Or is this like some generic female model? But this looks like Ellin, so I'm like, did she become a knight? Also, why is Noelle not a knight yet if Ellin could fucking become a knight? Right, and Noelle is still a freaking maid. Exactly, and yet no Noelle. It's confusing. It just came back to me, so I guess I'll ask now, because I know I'm going to forget again. How do we feel about Teyvat being in a binary solar system? That would be interesting, because with the Travelers being 2 suns and all. I have no idea. We gonna see, though. We got 3 moons in the sky. Or maybe there weren't 3 moons at all. Maybe they were just fucking phases of a moon. We got 2 freaking suns. Who knows? Who knows, Stoic? Yeah, and the one girl became an adventurer too, so the commissions actually changed. Interesting. So the commissions are going to change. Yee. I think that's still a generic female model. It very well might be. I really hope we see Noelle become a knight for this. Yeah, like I want to either a story quest or a hangout where she becomes an official knight. Oh, she became a knight in the final part of the commission. Saw it in the video. Oh, okay, cool. Someone in the Akademiya thinks the world is round, and that's the radical thing. It made me scream. Oh yeah, I've been seeing that circulating around. I personally haven't talked to this NPC, but apparently there's an NPC that talks about that, which is really suspicious to me. Anytime someone mentions anything about the nature of the world, it's just suspicious. Probably the border between Teyvat and the Dark Sea. Yeah. But how many of those exist? Like, where do they specifically go? I thought it's because she has a personality problem for Noelle. Yeah. I think so. I'm trying to recall the shit from her hangout event, but I don't recall it much, really. I haven't really done any hangout events except for like the first few. I need to do Hazos. I need to do a lot of them. Notlon could be like isolated, or in some way, maybe that's why we haven't seen an NPC from there. Possibly. It is confusing that we haven't even seen an NPC from there. We've seen Snezhnayan NPCs, Fontaine, Inazuma, Mondstadt, Liyue. What fucking country am I missing? Oh, Sumeru, but no Notlon. It's very confusing. Hoyoverse need to develop character not only for NPC, yeah. Please. Please. Oh, if Noelle gets a new skin when she becomes a knight, that would be awesome. I hope they were just phases of the one moon, because it makes sense. Because it makes it funny, but excruciatingly sad. Yeah, we'll talk about the sisters another time. Because I got many opinions on that. Anna or something got cured in a commission, and then she's an adventurer now, like in like Sumer. Okay. Okay, so they do update them. Well, that's good. Hi all, maybe Noelle will be a knight. and we'll get a new skin for her. I hope so. Meadow, I hope so. I really do freaking hope so. Isn't Anna the one who has the brother taking the coin from the fountain in Mond? I reckon she's getting better, but still in recovery. Yeah. From what it sounds like, she is better, and now she's an adventurer? Oh, yeah. And then there's the idea that Bennett is from Notlon. Because he was found in, like, a domain or something, right? In the Mare Javari, right? Something like that. His dad's found him in the Mare Javari or something? Or, like, in a domain somewhere. Even the sisters are probably Seelies. Yes, I think the sisters are, like, Seelies, or at least the progenitors of the Seelie race. Even people from Conria and still no Notlon people. It really is confusing. Do you think Fontaine's arc will be based on the Reign of Terror period in French history? Is that preceding the French Revolution? Is that when they had absolute monarchs? Sorry, I'm blanking on French history. But is that like the era before the revolution? No, another adventurer found him and died. Then his dads took him in honor. Oh, okay. He was found in a volcano. Okay. Well, he's still interesting. I want to know more about him. But people say that he has the same eyes as Janssen, who is from Notlon. Which is curious. And also they both have white hair, which is interesting. Also, what do I think about Capitano being the Bloodstained Knight, potentially? I don't know. Capitano could be anyone at this point. I've seen Ashikai's theory on him being Menogius. I personally have theorized that he's hiding a secret about himself. He could be anyone. And I also linked him to the story of the sword in Kazuha's story quest because there were a lot of parallels between the sword and then Commedia dell'arte Capitano. So perhaps Capitano will have a similar story to that sword. Oh, the Reign of Terror was during the Revolution. Okay, yeah, then that was like an insane time. That would be crazy if they based Fontaine off of that specific time period. Which actually makes me excited for the Archon quest if they do that, because the French Revolution was absolutely brutal. Like crazy. The revolution ends with the reign of Napoleon as emperor. Gotcha. I think Jean had an absolute reason for Noelle, because Noelle was willing to sacrifice her life when it comes to helping people. Noelle saves adventurers, end up lying. Yeah, she like sacrifices her own personal well-being in order to serve the people, which makes her absolutely no different from Jean. So at this point, she could be a knight. So are Janssen and Bennett long-lost siblings? I don't know if they're siblings, but they could be from, like, the same people. They could be relatives, yeah. Yep. Okay, so yeah, after the revolution, they were chasing the guys who had a good position before the revolution. Okay. Yeah, Fontaine seems like it's gonna be, like, steampunkish. Or like heavily based on the Industrial Revolution at the very least. As always, Ashikai narrates her theories really well. I'm sold for Capitano being Menogius. Yeah, there's some convincing stuff there, especially with Wukong. Yeah. With the connections to Wukong. Where do I think the area at the end of the Genshin anime video is? I legit thought it might be Celestia. But we had this conversation earlier. People think it might be Mondstadt. People might just think it's a region we haven't seen before. But I don't know. Who knows? Okay, let me go through this and get to the fucking chicken boy so we can talk to him, or talk about him.
I am Mika, surveyor of the Reconnaissance Company. I will now be reading Grandmaster Varka's letter aloud for you all.
Okay, no, yeah, so he does say he's part of the Reconnaissance Company. So he was with Varka, and that's why he's here, giving a letter. Also, is that a cryo vision on his is that like a pauldron? Not a pauldron, but like a little armor plate on his hand. He is. He's adorable. He's adorable. His personality is adorable. He looks like a fucking chicken though. But he's cute. Chicken Little is adorable. You zoomed in, it's a cryovision. Okay, cool. So he's gonna be a cryo character. Obviously a 4-star, because let's be real. This does not look like the design of a 5-star. Oh, he's a cryo catalyst? That'd be adorable. That's adorable. Hopefully, yeah, cryo catalyst. Chocobo kid. Yeah, he's like a fucking chocobo. He's like a freaking chocobo. He's technically Eula's underling. Oh. That'd be cool if they interact with each other. Why do I feel like Varka is dead, and why do I feel like this is Varka's son? Varka's probably not dead, but like his son, that would be interesting. Yeah, he works under Eula. Oh. Oh, interesting. I do like I think he's cute, yo. He's got a little adorable design. Sorry, I was looking up and reading comments. Robert, I just read your comment about Janssen having elf ears. She does have elf ears, which is suspicious. I want to know more about the elves. But anyway. Yeah, Varka seems like he's really strong. And if he's sending letters, unless they're just lying about him being alive, which I don't think they are. His hair will need to grow on me. Yeah, I've already just associated with chickens, and then when Spheric Waves said chocobo, it makes it adorable for me now. Like, he's just a little chocobo boy. He's Chicken Little. He's adorable, y'all. Isn't Varka Jean and Barbara's father? No, Jean and Barbara's father is a guy named Simon Pegg. He's actually in the manga. That dude at the beginning who has the glasses, with the blonde, or Seamus Pegg. Sorry, I said Simon Pegg. Seamus Pegg. Yeah, Seamus Pegg. But he's in the manga. He's the dude with the glasses. He's the church dude. Seamus Pegg is with Varka right now. That's where he is? That's why we don't see him in the cathedral or anything? Won't be surprised if they kill off Varka so we can't play as a big buff dude. Please make him buff. And also, please do not skimp out on the muscles, because they've been doing that. They did it with Ito, and it's very unfortunate. I want somebody built like Cyrus. Like the NPC Cyrus. Or like the new Aramite enemy. He's pretty buff. So Varka isn't related to Jean. He just put her in charge. Yeah, he's not. It doesn't seem like they're related. Yeah, Varka's not actually related by blood to Jean. Unless he is. We don't know yet. But I don't think he is. Somehow Alhaitham has more abs than Ito. Oh my god, I need to look at that at some point. I think Mika has a new model design as he looks taller than Klee, but shorter than Bennett. Possibly. Yeah, I can't tell his height right now, because obviously Jean is taller than him, but... Yeah, how does he come? You said he looks shorter than Bennett. Yeah, it looks like they're around-ish the same height. Who knows? But if we have the newest, shortest character, he's adorable. He's so cute, y'all. He's adorable. I don't get why people don't like him. But I get that people have to grow, like the hair has to grow on people a bit. Like, I can understand that. Oh yeah, Zhao is like the shortest person in the game, right? He could be shorter than Zhao, which would mean Zhao is technically taller than someone. Which would be good for him. What is this child doing in the military? Don't you know, children make the best soldiers. In fantasy worlds, children always make the best soldiers. Not gonna lie though, Mika is a girl. Oh, you thought Mika was a girl. I mean, I can see that. I'd believe it. Listen, I get people who want more like buff dudes, but Mika is adorable. He is really cute, y'all. Children are the best soldiers even in reality. Like, no, Cosmo Taco, don't take that out of context. Yes, but they make children soldiers in real life. I mean, when you're 18, at least in America, you can fucking go to the army. We even still have a draft rule. So, the world has made children. Anyway, that's such a Final Fantasy VII thing to say. Well, like, in fantasy worlds, they employ children to do their dirty work all the time. I'm pretty sure Hazo is shorter than Xiao. I always forget about Hazo. He probably is shorter, yeah. He just wears shoes that make him taller. I mean, Klee isn't, that's true too. Klee is in the Knights of Favonius and she's like a child. Though technically we don't know how old she is. And her race is long lived. So for all we know, she could be like 30 fucking years old. I don't know. I just got my first gene. Congratulations, June. Congratulations. The world has made children. Oh my gosh. I think his big clothes make him look small. That's a possibility too. I don't know, but I'm digging his design.
I will now.
Oh, especially with like the feathers and stuff. He's like a little chicken boy, a little chocobo. But he's adorable.
I'll be reading Grandmaster Varka's letter.
Yeah, but she's a child in her race. Good point.
Does this mean the Grandmaster knew Razor's parents?
Fill up the barrels and store them away.
We get Rosaria again and
wait for
Diona.
another day.
Oh,
Wax the
Saskaya.
bottles, seal them tight. For the south wind that soothes, for the north wind that bites.
This is
Dear
adorable.
friends, let us now open the wines.
To the Animal Archon!
This must be Venti's favorite fucking holiday because they just offer him fucking... They get drunk in honor of him. This must be his fucking favorite holiday. Okay, wait, what's going on in this event? Like, what is this? Autumn Crisis Uproot. Capture the great... We're supposed to capture him? The harvest season is coming soon and all of Mondstadt is abuzz with preparations for Weinlessefest. You and Paimon have also returned here on account of a commission from the Adventurers Guild. Oh, interesting. So we get a commission from the Adventurers Guild, which prompts us to return to Mondstadt. Okay. Killing baby animals. Good lord. Varka is Capitano's brothers. To be honest, I would believe anything about Capitano at this point. All we know is that he's hiding something and he's probably powerful or something. I don't freaking know. It tells us in this special program. Okay. The theme for Mondstadt's event is family and dear Archon. I will cry. Maybe. Boar hunting. Yeah, Kaya, whenever Kaya appears, he's just sus by default. There's no question about it. Like, Weinlessefest means Wine Harvest Festival, by the way. Oh, interesting. Okay, so then that's why D-Luke probably will have a bigger theme in this, because they make the fucking wine for Mondstadt. Also, why is Kaya just standing here and staring? Reminiscing about the past, no doubt. He's just really fucking sus. And why is fucking D-Luke just staring at this bottle of wine?
Bottles, seal them tight. For the south.
Is Razor even old enough to drink, by the way? Is he like how old is Razor? Kaya is just being sus. Yeah, I mean, it's typical. It's just him being him. If you open up the Venti preview on the 3.1 preview page, he just says, I like drinking. I mean, yeah. That's on brand for him. Oh, that bottle in D-Luke in front just says liquor in Tivat's script. That reminds me of the Alcazar's Palace, however you pronounce it, which is just palace. Oh, they can get away with things because people don't know the meaning of stuff or just cannot read the script that they put stuff in. Tivat has its own laws. Oh my goodness. Oh, Wolfhook juice. That would make sense. Wolfhook juice. The grape juice. Around 16 to 17. I'd believe that. Hi, Sensual Magikarp. Welcome. Hope work went well for you. The brain rot is great. We've been we're not even through the fucking trailer because I've just been talking this entire time. I'm so sorry, everyone. We still have 2 minutes of this. All right, let's continue.
South wind that soothes for the north wind that bites.
I'm glad Venti.
Let us now open the wines.
To the Animal Archon!
I really do hope we get Venti crumbs. But something tells me we're not going to. I don't know. Something tells me we're not going to. But that's just my pessimistic side. 20,000 river Avons in the UK, all meaning river. Good lord. A lot of places around the world actually do that, so maybe people are just being funny, I don't know. Kaya in his birthday letter just found his feet carrying him to Dawn Winery, where he last felt at home. Aww. Oh, Kaya, that's sad. Well, I guess my sleep. No, go to bed. Go to bed, Ragnar, go to bed. Don't let me keep you up. No, Cosmo Taco. Yeah, I don't think they told us anything about Sino's kid, so. But he looks really fun to play. Venti will remain in the lower waiting room, Lotus. I have no idea when they're gonna take him out of it. It's in character for Hoyo to give us groundbreaking lore during a limited time event. Yes. Yes, that would make a lot of sense, but the question is, what kind of groundbreaking lore are we gonna get? And from who? I hope it's from Venti. I would be good with Varka Crumbs. I would be good with Andreas Crumbs. But who knows? No, Tawanto, we're not playing your video. Oh, look, there's Ashika's shit. Okay, so we're done with the trailer. There wasn't really much else that I really wanted to discuss. Because the live stream, it went over some stuff, but like, we talked about the anime. Was there anything else you guys wanted to just like talk about? Did you know the festival Utsava literally means festival? Oh my goodness. I feel like we're gonna get a lot of that. Like once we get to other regions too, like they're gonna do that shit with Fontaine, Notlon likely. The Lumine trailer thing. Yes, the Bishop reveal. We made it 3 hours, Pog. Yeah, it took 3 hours to go through a 6-minute. Well, technically for like the first hour, we weren't even talking about the trailer, so. Do you remember the message in the chasm that you need 9 of those purple orbs to unlock? Like the stuff on the walls? That you have to like turn off the little Lumenstone adjuvant in order to actually interact with? Yeah, I remember those. What about them? They were really sus. They were really sus, especially that little poem thing about Barbados. Like mentioning Venti. Apparently you showed, it showed a clear readable line for every player. So if you combine them, yeah, which is interesting. So like everybody got different messages. And then it ended up being like this poem that's about Barbados kind of, but also not. They just made a comparison to Barbados. It really wasn't about him though, but yeah, that was an interesting thing. I'm gonna have to pull it up to remember what they said. But I also remember reading about the actual poem it's based off of, because I think it's based off of another Catalyst poem, isn't it? Which we've got a couple references to that, like the moon, the poem about Diana from Tsurumi Island, that was also a Catalyst poem. So it's, I don't know, it was interesting. I'm trying to think. I have thoughts about why they used Barbados and what they replaced Barbados with from the original poem, but I'm going to keep quiet on that and save it for his video. Yeah, the poem. The wall messages were recruitment from the Abyss. Gotcha, yeah. So it was that dude, Egil? That dude who had the Abyss Lector trying to recruit people? Super sus. Right, okay, the orbs you get from the Black Serpent Knights, and then it reveals the letter, yeah. And it mentioned Barbados's lyre. Yeah, what's this about Venti's lyre that is important? Venti, again, just, he is so sus. So sus. So sus. Yeah, let's go through this really quick.
Your Highness, I've brought that thing you asked me for. The report on my run-in.
Gian, yeah, we'll check that out in a second. The Spire of Solitary Enlightenment. Yeah, we can check that out in a second. Oh wait, I see a Candace question. If Candace is a descendant of the Scarlet King, that means gods can have kids. Yeah, so we talked about this briefly earlier, and we were like, so gods can have children? And then I realized that's not really that strange because we've already been told that Vanessa's tribe is descended from the Pyro Archon Murata. So yeah, it seems like gods can have kids. Which is interesting because Candace is like half Scarlet King, half something else. I want to learn more about it because that means we get to learn more about how gods work. So Candace will be an interesting character to learn about. Yeah, like Barbados is super sus, yo. Like, ridiculous. Venti video in 600 years. I mean, I can't deny that at this point. It's been 8 months since part 1 and like 6 since part 1.5 and like a month since part 1.8 or like 2 months. So yeah, no, I don't blame you for thinking that. I'm gonna try to push stuff out a little bit faster, especially since now I'm able to do so, since my setup is a little bit better than it was before, so it can handle the editing, because before it could not. And then stuff in my personal life is also aligning really well. So yes, I can start pushing out content a lot faster now. Well, a lot more now. I won't say faster, but we'll see. I know you say no leaks in the rules, but listen to this. I found a Google Doc with the Pale Princess and the Six Pygmies last night. That shit basically spoils the whole game. Oh yeah. No, yeah. The Pale Princess and the Six Pygmies, that has been out for a long time. But you are correct. It is extremely suspicious. It reveals a lot. And I really wish it was out. I wish all of the books were out, but it makes sense that they're not yet. Because it reveals a lot. But I only wish it was out because I could provide more context for some of my Moon Sister shit and then also Faney's shit. But who knows? I don't fucking know. But yeah, it's been out for a while. Please release it. In this trailer, Lumine is reporting everything to someone, revealing that Lumine is not the highest ranked member in the Abyss. Yeah, so we mentioned that earlier too, because I was like, who is she reporting to? Why is she making this report? And that would fall in line with what Paimon said in We Will Be Reunited at the end of it. She was like, well, it sounds like there's someone else who's ranked higher in the Abyss. And it was like, oh, so that means there's someone else. Because like Lumine is the Abyss Princess. Aether's the Abyss Prince. So who's the Abyss Queen? Right? We know there's like a Queen of Darkness. At least that's what the Gnostic Chorus tells us. Right? So my guess is she's in charge of stuff, but who knows? Also, the word Allogenes means demigod, which is to say a being with one divine parent and one mortal, yes. But it's weird then that all vision wielders are called Allogenes, right? So that would mean they're like semi-divine. But I don't know. Isn't it the one that has no mouth from the first chapter from the tale? You mean the Night Mother? The one who has like no mouth and she's evil or something that it said. I don't know if that's the Abyss Queen, but I'm not gonna say anything. We're gonna talk about the Pale Princess and the Six Pygmies briefly though in part 2. Just what's out, which is the first book And then we have the descriptions as well as the other books. So we're going to speculate based only on that. Skirk lore. So, Skirk. Skirk. I have this really crazy theory that Skirk is actually the Abyss Queen that trained freaking Child. But I have literally nothing to prove that or even a theory. That's just what I thought. Just because it's really strange that a girl would be roaming around the Abyss. And Child doesn't really describe her as monstrous or anything. He just says, like, it's just a girl that was roaming in the Abyss, which is really suspicious. The only girl I know of is Lumine, but we know that Skirk can't be Lumine because the gender of Skirk doesn't really change between the two versions. So I was like, maybe it was the Abyss Queen. Maybe she trained Child. I don't fucking know. Yeah, she seems like a normal person, and given that she was mentioned in the voice lines, that makes me think that this character is going to be playable at some point. But who knows? It's weird how we hardly have any info on the other 3 shades except from less sources than Istaroth. Yeah. No, the 3 shades, like the 4 shades, are really freaking suspicious. Really freaking suspicious. And in 1.5, I theorized that the shades were actually the Moon Sisters, which can make a lot of sense in a lot of different ways because the timing of when the Moon Sisters existed and then the primordial one kind of seemed to line up. But there's also a possibility that it's not them. Because I have 4 other people in mind who would fit the role of Shining Shade quite well. 2 of those people are the Travelers. But anyway. Speaking of which, really love your Sun and Moon series. It was literally the videos that got me into Genshin lore and were really explained well, so I'm looking forward to more of your content. Well, thank you. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the videos. If you are, I'm just trying to make sure that I get my content out a lot more consistently and make sure also it's just bigger and better each time. And I'm also, speaking of the content, I'm also going to try to cap them around 30 minutes. Maybe sometimes I'll have longer ones, but I think 30 minutes is a good sweet spot. I don't know how people feel about that. How do y'all feel about that? Like 20 to 30 minute videos seems to be reasonable. Not too long, but also long enough. Random girl roaming in the abyss. Seal from Honkai vibes. That's true too. Because wasn't Seal roaming around the Sea of Quanta or something? Something like that? Maybe it was Alice. Maybe it was. Who knows? Didn't Skirk teach Child how to use his foul legacy? Yes. So she teaches him how to use... And it seems like his foul legacy somehow involves abyssal power. At least he has like a starry cloak. I don't know if that's true or not, though. But Skirk is just really sus. When do you think Piero and the Cryo Archon met for them to form the Harbingers? So it was my understanding, or at least not my understanding, but my assumption that Piero and the Cryo Archon struck up a deal after Conria's destruction. So like 500 years ago. But I mean, it is possible they had a prior relationship before the cataclysm. Who knows? So what do I think Paimon is? Do the Aranara know what Paimon is? They never call her Nara and they call everyone Nara human. Is she a Seelie? Is she a Moon Sister or something else? So personally, I think Paimon is 3 things. A Seelie, a fragment of a Moon Sister, and also a God of Time. They all intersect with one another because I think Istaroth, the God of Time, is actually one of the Moon Sisters, and I can tell you which one that I think she is, but we're going to talk about that in her video. So I do think Paimon is probably a combination of Seelie, Moon Sister, and probably a God of Time. The Seelie vibes and the Moon connection vibes were definitely strong during the Aranara quests, so... Yeah, honestly, your channel is underrated. Well, thank you. Thank y'all. Yeah, 20 to 30 minutes is what I'm striving for video length. And why do Paimon and Nahida look so similar? Because, like I said, so if you guys saw the videos that I did, what was it? The Sumeru and Dendro Archon speculations, that was before, like well before Sumeru came out. And then the last little video that I did when Sumeru actually dropped. I kept on noting how Nahida has a lot of similarities to Paimon in that she's very childlike. She might have something to do with the Seelie and Moon Sisters. And the thing is, this idea is a lot more plausible now that 3.0 has dropped, because we got confirmation that there was a Seelie that survived the tragedy that happened to the Seelie and befriended Queen Arianyani, who is code for Ruka Devata. If you guys don't believe that, there are weird things to connect Arianyani and Ruka Devata together. Like, Arianyani is said to be the creator of the Aranara. Ruka Devata is also said to be the creator of the Aranara. So it seems like Arianyani and Ruka Devata are the same person. But anyway, this Seelie befriended the Scarlet King and Ruka Devata. So I think that Seelie was the goddess of flowers. The goddess of flowers seems to be a Colin counterpart. A Colin Kozlana counterpart from Honkai Impact. And if that's the case, Teresa Apocalypse is a clone of Colin Kozlana, and people are saying that Kusanali is a counterpart to Teresa Apocalypse. So it's seeming like there's a possibility that in some way, shape, or form, Kusanali, at the very least, might have something to do with the goddess of flowers, and the goddess of flowers might have been a Seelie. So I don't know, but I'm gonna release a video again on like Kusanali, Ruka Devata, the goddess of flowers, everything like that. So don't worry about it right now, but I do think Kusanali might be like partially a Seelie. We'll see though. We'll have to see how the mystery of Ruka Devata and Kusanali turns out. And the Aranar are children of the forest, and Ruka Devata is the god of the woods, right? Yeah, so, like, I really do think Arianyani and Ruka Devata are the same. And Arianyani is also a goddess of forests anyway, in, like, actual mythology, so it would line up. You know, the Aranara make fun of Paimon, kind of. And they mention the Seelie as fast as the tornado. Yeah, like, they compare her to, like, a hurricane or, like, a tornado and say they can move as fast as those. Kind of like the Seelie runs so fast, but why are you so slow, white floaty? I don't know. Paimon is in like a reduced, powerless form. Who knows? Seelie is a fairy queen in Scottish folklore and has many connections to nature. Yes. Yeah, like Seelies are basically fairies. Which can include, and creatures a part of the Seelie court or like Seelie-like creatures can also include elves, by the way. We are getting more and more shots of Paimon doubting herself that she will not betray the Traveler. That is way too sus. Yes, that tells me it has something to do with her locked memories or something similar. So we're also going to talk about that as well. Because I think we will possibly come to blows with potentially all three of the Moon Sisters at some point. At least two of them, or at least one of them. I think we're going to face the Sustainer. She's like a given. We're going to fight her at some point. But I also don't think she's our real enemy. But I don't think Paimon, if and when she does betray us, I don't think she will have a choice. That is my personal belief right now, and I do have reasons for that, but we'll talk about it later. But yeah, I don't think she's going to have a choice in betraying us. It's not something she's going to want to do. Ever since Dane explained the Abyss portals, it makes me question if Child really fell accidentally in the Abyss, because how come there was a random portal in the forest? Well, I will say this. There are like random ass time tunnels around, which are like portals, right? Portals that transport you to different places around the world. So I'm not quite surprised that there might be a portal to the Abyss. But at the same time, if there was like a portal to the Abyss that he fell into, how far did he have to fall in order to fall into that portal, into the Abyss? But like you said, it is really sus that there would just be a random portal to the Abyss. in the forest. Maybe there was an Abyss Order person out there who was using the portal and he ended up falling into it. I don't freaking know. Don't know if you've answered this already, but what do you think? But do you think, what do you think will be Scaramouche's role in the coming Sumeru Archon quest? And will we finally get him as weekly boss? So I think he'll definitely be a weekly boss. And I think the Akademiya and the Fatui are like trying to make their own artificial god of some sort using Scaramouche, and they might be using the Akasha terminal to control people, like mind control people, and use their faith in order to power up Scaramouche. But I don't fucking know. That's what it's seeming like from the trailer. It's like really weird. I don't fucking know. But I don't think we're gonna see him much in 3.1. I just think he's gonna pop up and then that'll be it. Like, I don't know if we're gonna fight him. But who knows? Maybe we will in this patch. I do think he will be a weekly boss again, but I don't know if it's gonna be in this version. Don't fairies have courts too? Yes, they do. I think they are delaying Venti's story quest because of all the Archons right now. He's the only one who really saw what happened in Conria and can talk about all of it, unlike Zhongli with his contract. But at the same time, Venti is super tight-lipped as well. He hasn't really told us much. Even in the manga, he was really fucking depressed about Celestia. He didn't say much about it. He even avoided talking about it with Vanessa. But at the same time, it's really suspicious that Venti gave us Phanes crumbs because he mentioned a whole bunch of gods or entities that are basically like Phanes, which makes me think he knows about Phanes and et cetera, et cetera. But I would agree, yeah, they're probably delaying his story because he has important information for us. And yes, Melk, somebody did mention earlier about the Sealy court that you can see in the anime PV. Sorry if that came out wrong. I feel like R&R know Paimon is a Sealy. Yeah, they probably do, to be honest. They just never commented on it. They might have some inkling of it. But who knows? But them comparing her with the moon, and then all the Sealy comparisons. Yeah, Paimon's probably a Sealy, y'all. At the very least. We come into blows with Paimon just sounds too funny. Yeah, I mean, it sounds ridiculous, but I think that may happen. We're getting all those betrayal vibes. So who knows? Do I think all Hatham, or however it's spelled, is sus? Yes. Yes. I don't know what that boy is doing. He might be going against what the Akademiya is doing, which is why we see him in the desert. But who knows? But in the old quest, we will be reunited part 2. Abyss Siblings doesn't seem to have a feeling sus of Paimon. Yeah, they don't seem to be sus of Paimon. They don't really comment on her at all, to be honest. Which is really suspicious. But it's clear that, especially in this Luminous Glimmer commemorative trailer, Lumine is very well aware that Ether and Paimon are traveling together. But I don't know if Lumine even knows what she is. She might. Or Ether if you play as Lumine. Judging from the game, Electro and Dendro reactions. Excuse me, that means that the Electro Archon and Dendro Archon were very close together because it is the only reaction that benefits both of them. That's interesting. That's an interesting speculation. That's an interesting observation to make. Without further interaction from any other element. Yeah. I don't know. We'll have to see. We still got a whole bunch of Archon quests left for Sumeru. I think not exactly knowing what Al-Haytham's intentions are gets quite interesting because it seems like there's a reason he gets into a fight with Sino as well. Yes. I'm just wondering if like Al-Haytham is against the Akademiya or is like betraying them or something like that. Because Sino is in a very large position in the Akademiya, right? But then again, getting into this conversation, it's kind of hard to tell how many people know about what the Akademiya is doing with dreams and with the Fatui. even if Sino is a very high-ranking official, does that mean he knows everything that the sages are doing? I don't know, y'all. Why does it feel like Paimon kind of avoids the Archons? They never say much about her. I think it's because they have a vow of silence and they cannot comment on her. Especially Venti and Zhongli. Like, I'm very convinced Venti and Zhongli know what Paimon is. I think they're very well aware of what she actually is and who she actually is. The Lumine dialogue about Paimon is very sus. It's giving me a very Wired vibe. Yeah. Speaking of, let's just watch it.
With a certain traveler.
Good. As for this traveler, please append my following words to the report.
My pen is at the ready.
After the traveler awoke,
who are you
in the land
reporting
of
to?
That, he befriended a companion who declared themselves to be the best tour guide ever.
This sounds like the intro to an isekai light novel from Inazuma. But I doubt that tiny and scatterbrained partner is going to be of much help.
Also, I want to point out something here. The music that they're playing for this is the music they play in the Gnostic chorus. Just saying, and I find that to be very suspicious. Sino is practically the big bad dog that will come to get you if you're naughty. Yeah, he seems like he's all about law enforcement and everything. Making sure people are doing what they are supposed to do. I think that's what his school is, or whatever position he's in is doing, right? The Mahamatra, I think is what it's called. I mean, I would be against the Akademiya too if it meant I couldn't sell books because it'd be smuggling knowledge. Right. The Akademiya is in way too much control of shit. The devs did say in the live stream that Sino actively avoids information. Interesting. So maybe he isn't involved at all then in whatever the fuck the Akademiya is doing. Sometimes I honestly think Paimon has a normalcy cloak because she doesn't get comments. Right, people just like kind of call her a thing, a floaty thing, and then just leave her alone. But I do have a very wild theory coming up about Paimon. It does have to do with the Moon Sisters, but I think you guys will be interested in it. But anyway. Okay, yeah, Sino is basically head of Akademiya oversight, watching for plagiarism and rule breaking. But you're sure the sages are keeping the project from him. I can see that, yeah. That's so interesting. He actively avoids knowledge. Huh. So then I wonder, then why are all of Hatham and Sino fighting? Who's talking to her? Enjo is talking to her. Yeah, that's definitely Enjo. The lovable Enjo. I hope they don't kill him off because he's a fan favorite now, so he has to stay alive. The Traveler is quite smart compared to a lot of other protagonists, so I feel like she probably has an idea, yes. Venti and Paimon have a weird sibling dynamic. Yes, they do, and it's super sus. It's super sus. But yes, the video is Enjo. Enjo. Hermes, like the Fatui having their core theme, maybe this music is related with our sibling. Yes. Yes. I believe that. The Gnostic chorus, obviously it parallels, like it seems to parallel with the Travelers, but honestly, from my opinion, I don't think the first and second heirs are supposed to be the Travelers. I think they're entirely, completely other people, but they do parallel well with the journey of the Travelers. Why only Rosaria was sus about Paimon? I don't know, Rosaria is sus of everyone. They said that Sino is investigating what the sages are doing. Oh, did they say that? Maybe he actively avoids knowledge because of what happened to Lisa. Maybe. Yeah, she got fed up with what was going on in Sumeru and she just left, which who can blame her? Lisa is basically dying. You know what? Speaking of Lisa, I was really not upset, but I was disappointed that we didn't really get any interactions with her going into Sumeru. I mean, I imagine we will. Like, we're definitely going to get some Lisa stuff at some point because she studied in Sumeru at the very least. But I was kind of sad that we haven't seen her yet for anything. On one of the bulletin boards, it is revealed that Sino's identity as a desert folk bothers some people in the Akademiya, racism, and they don't think he should be General Mahamatra. Yeah. Just good old xenophobia, racism, whatever you want to call it. What if the Traveler and Sibling are two of the shades, but neither of them remember? That's interesting. They could possibly be shades. But it's hard to tell what they remember and what they don't, because they are clearly withholding information. Just like the Traveler was sitting on the information that he was in Conria. Or that they were in Conria. In the beta OP, Venti also voices it. Yes. It's all very suspicious. Very, very suspicious. Maybe the next event. I hope Lisa comes up at some point. I hope she does. Speaking of Hazo, did you do his hangout? I did not. And him assuming Paimon is a voice. I did not do that. I'm gonna have to do some hangouts. I pretty much ignore them though. I don't know why. I just ignore them. Yes, Venti voices the beta and the chorus, which is really freaking sus. Two Knights in the Chasm specifically comment specifically on the Traveler and Paimon, and it is the ones that sit inside of the goo. Oh. Oh. Since we now know the goo comes from the Irminsul tree. Yeah, it's like leyline shenanigans is where the goop comes from. And now that we know that the Irminsul tree is like dying or is under attack by something or is being threatened by something, then the goop makes a lot more sense now too. Hazo tricks Paimon into admitting she is emergency. I'm gonna have to play that. But anyway, let's continue this very sus trailer.
You want my opinion? She's got nothing on your former partner.
He encountered a mysterious tempest and rescued a mighty dragon that had been led astray. Gentle winds once again danced across the earth as a wandering bard sang a ballad of freedom.
Ah, looks like these bishops are a completely different breed from those down beneath the ocean.
And there's the confirmation that Dvalin is a bishop. And that makes so much sense because, well, one, he looks a lot like a bishop, right? He just straight up does. But he's also based on, I believe, what is it? He's based on a sea creature, right? Dvalin is based on some sort of sea creature. I can't remember what type, if y'all know. What was it, like a sea anemone? Not an anemone, but some type of slug creature that he's based upon. But I say that to say it makes sense that he would be because the bishops were, you know, they dwell in the ocean and everything. So it would make sense that they're based on sea creatures. Oh, sea slug. Thank you. A nudibranch. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Gabriel. Have I noticed Lumine seems to only ever place ether in the diorama? Yes, but she does, like, I think she poked Paimon, like here. She, like, pokes Paimon or something. But yeah, she only moves the Traveler, because, I mean, it is his journey. Isn't Bishop another name for dragon in the Genshin world? I believe in the Genshin world, I think. I'm not sure. I know it's, like, confirmed that Bishops, they were said to turn into dragons, and we knew this from, like, the Ajdaha stuff. Once they introduced the Primo Geo Bishops or whatever, I'm pretty sure we knew there was a connection between them, but I don't know if it's another name for dragon in the Genshin world. Bishop does mean dragon. Like, it is a dragon in Armenian mythology, though, yeah. But I mean, they probably did use it as another name. I can't remember, though. Dvalin is likely based on a blue Glaucus, or blue dragon. I have no idea what that creature is. But probably, who knows? Also, the Inca bishops are the Dragonaires. Yeah, they're called the Dragonaires. Which is interesting because the Seven Sovereigns. So what if they're like heirs to the Seven Sovereigns and that's why they're called Dragonaires? I don't freaking know. The story wouldn't change. The Archon quest goes in order. Wait, for what? Wait. If Lumine was keeping tabs on our journey, then why didn't she interfere when the Raiden Shogun was about to behead him on their first fight? Maybe she knew that he wouldn't die or something. Because you know the other thing that's really odd about the sibling is that they say, we've always had time. So does she like know that, I don't know, the world is in a loop? Or that the world is in a dream? I don't freaking know. But it's really sus that she said we've always had time. Plot armor, basically. All right, let's continue.
Actually, speaking of the sea, Mondstadt's fisherman's toast. Always on point.
He saw resolve as unyielding
Injo
as
is
rock,
great.
and the courage of a people united in battle against an ancient god. Now the sound of laughter rings out in the streets, and the floating pavilion in the sky will bear witness to the harbor's prosperity for generations to come.
Oh, there's Lumine. I didn't realize she was here. I completely missed this the first time. I did not realize Lumine was up there. Is Dvalin from Celestia? Maybe. If Dvalin is from Celestia, maybe the bishops there just look different. Maybe. I mean, I thought Dvalin just like popped into existence one day. At least according to the books. Notice how in the end of this video, when Lumine puts Ether in Sumeru, she is also there behind a tree. The first time I watched this, I didn't even realize she was like around. So I'm gonna have to pay attention now. Yeah, I'll have to watch for her Sumeru part. It could refer to their lifespan or the loop. Yeah, it could refer to their lifespan too, because clearly they're not freaking human. Lumine is Doctor Strange and is currently striking a deal with Dormammu. Basically. Sarah did do a really good job. She's telling this story so beautifully. Ugh. The voice actors for this game are pretty good. Just really good. I just think the twins are a part of an immortal or long-living race. Yes. Ever since Nahida's Archon quest about loops versus dreams, I think theories about loops are less viable than the world being a dream. Yeah. So like, if you saw my 1.8 video, I basically was like, yeah, Tevat's probably like a domain of consciousness. But I guess a better word for it would be a dream. But I also said who's dreaming the dream? Who's maintaining the dream? And I've thought it's Istaroth. We'll talk about that more later. But it makes sense that this would be a dream. Because imagination and memories and like intangible stuff all seem to be very important into that. Don't the books say that he was born from pure coalesced animo energy? Yeah, probably. Yeah, I just thought it like he one day like popped up because of that and just spawned into existence. In the game, she was also on a roof when Dvalin flies through Mondstadt. Now, I remember that. Yeah, she was there. I do remember that. She's always been watching over him ever since the, not the Travail trailer, but the We Will Be Reunited, like trailer that shows her on the Ruin Guard and then shows her running through what looks like the Spiral Abyss and seeing Conria's, or what we assume to be Conria's, destruction. Yeah, she was watching him and Paimon then too. So she's been watching. Clearly, because she's fucking making a report on it. But I'm always wondering, is it her like specifically watching? Is she always somewhere nearby? Or does she have like Abyss agents tailing Ether and Paimon discreetly? We are in Zanarkand. Oh my goodness. Are we in Zanarkand? Yes, we are in Dream Zanarkand and we have to free ourselves. Tidus is not real. Sorry, I just spoiled like a big plot point of Final Fantasy X. Whatever, that game is old anyway. Like the We Always Had Time feels about how the twins are actually some of the oldest characters we know. Yes. Having seen the birth and death of the stars. It feels really sus. They are really sus, and we're going to talk about them eventually. But focus on them being called the sun, and focus on the importance of the sun, because the sun is really important in this game. Yeah, but why would the knights sitting in the goo call us the Traveler of Calamity and the Traveler from the Fake Land? Good question. Teyvat is a fake land, probably. I don't want to say too much, but like I said, all I'm going to say is I really think Teyvat is a domain of consciousness, and I also think that it was a solution to a problem. I'll just put it that way. And like you said, it's interesting that they would call the Traveler and say that he's from the fake land, implying that he's from Teyvat, possibly, which is sus. Teyvat being a dream also seems relevant with what's going on in Honkai. Yes, like, what happened in the Elysian Realm, if you guys play Honkai Impact, parallels like 100% with Teyvat itself. It's crazy. Like, the Elysian Realm is basically like, it's a gift, not just to Honkai players, but to Genshin players as well. I theorize something happened to Lumine on her journey, possibly with Dane. She goes kind and soft-hearted, you know, kind of like the MC, to become cold and distant. Yeah. No, something definitely happened, and we know that Lumine, or Aether if you play as Lumine, they journeyed through Teyvat during the time of the Cataclysm, and that's very apparent because of the Aranara quests. When the sibling was traveling with the Aranara, it was during the Cataclysm. So she saw a very different world than what Aether is seeing right now. What kind of story do y'all think the anime will cover? And will it add to the lore and story, or will it be disconnected from the main storyline? So we were kind of talking about that earlier. Because that's the big question, right? Are they going to follow the Archon quests, or are they going to do something else? I hope they either do like backstories of characters, which would be interesting to see. Maybe they'll take stuff from some of the artifacts or the lore from the weapons or the books and animate it. I would be fine with that. If they showed like Viridescent Venerer lore or anything like that, would love it. But we don't know if it's going to be canon or not. We don't know what they're going to do with it, basically. But whatever they choose to do, I hope it is done well. I have faith. I have faith. How did she know about the Sakura tree being planted? Also, by the way, this was also a happy moment for me because I called the sacred Sakura seed and the tree a dream of A and Makoto's, and then Lumine basically said that it was a dream. So I was like, yes, I got something right. And her goal has changed from finding a way out of Teyvat to making sure the Abyss Order toppled the Celestia throne. I theorize she discovered some huge secret, the so-called truth of this world. I think she knows something, right? I think Lumine, or again, if you chose Lumine as a playable character, Aether, I think they know something. The Abyss sibling knows some secret about the world. They know the truth and the true nature of the world. But I don't think they know everything. The reason I say that is because they have an impression of how Dainsleif was acting during the Cataclysm, right? Because from Lumine's perspective, it sounds like Dainsleif didn't do anything to help Conria out during the Cataclysm. He just watched and stood by, and that's why he was cursed. But I don't know if that's entirely true. I personally don't believe that. Mostly because Dainsleif was like, he was implying like that's not how it went. But also there are other things that don't make sense with that, because we know he ordered the royal the royal guard to help out the citizens of Conria. That's what we learned in Requiems of the Echoing Depths. So there are a lot of things that don't make sense with that. But I don't think the Abyss sibling knows everything. They know a lot, but they don't know everything. Yes, Tavad is basically the Matrix. Judging by the quality of the trailer, I think it would be more of a movie series. Hopefully it retains at least an ounce of quality that the trailer had, but who knows? It may not. It may look completely different. Since this trailer was really just like a concept trailer. Yeah, literally, how does she know about Makoto's realm of consciousness? It's really suspicious, isn't it? It's really sus. This entire thing is sus. One thing is for sure, the anime clearly shows us the scale of Teyvat compared to the game. Yeah, it feels... It's... Oh gosh, it was so beautiful. The anime trailer is so gorgeous. So gorgeous. Oh, Spidey. Hello, welcome. I think I saw somebody else come in who was like, I'm late. Yeah, y'all are kind of late. We've been going for almost 4 hours. I'm sorry. We talked about a lot. But don't worry, the VOD will be up if you guys want to go and parse through it. Isn't it related to when Gold found the heart of Nibirius? Gold is suspicious also, too, by the way, because the fact that she has the title Gold makes me think that she might be like the Travelers, because the Travelers are also constantly compared to being golden, especially in the R&R quests. The sun is also compared to the color gold. It's really suspicious. But also, the Heart of Nibirius is such a weird name. Makes me think it might be a Gnosis, because the Gnoses are actually called kind of like hearts. So maybe the Heart of Nibirius was some sort of Gnosis. But who knows? Can you please make a shorter version of this? I will see. I am gonna come out with a video talking about some of the major points of this, specifically from the version 3.1 trailer, like things that I noticed. And I'm also going to have a part in it about this, because this trailer is really suspicious too. So don't worry about that. It'll be like 12 or 15 minutes long, so... But it won't be a summary of the entire live stream. Yeah, everyone is sus at this point, Mary. Yeah, pretty much. So Dainsleif was serving during this destruction, which is interesting. Yeah, that whole entire period is so very suspicious. And Dainsleif, what he did during the Cataclysm is not immediately clear. Timestamps will be helpful for the VOD version of this. Yeah, I can go in and like add some in for people. Maybe it's Celestia's Gnosis. It seems like the sibling has gone through the same things we have met the Archons, etc. But they all say they don't know the sibling. The R&Rs are the first ones that reference them. Yeah, and it's kind of interesting, because why would they lie about why would they even lie about knowing the sibling, right? There's no reason for them to say, oh, we don't really know them. So it seems like at least some of them don't know who they are. But I do feel like the Archons do know what the twins are, especially Venti and Zhongli. Like, I'm convinced they know exactly who the Travelers are. Also, I'm convinced Zhongli knows Dainsleif, because remember at the end of the Zhongli second story quest, they straight up ask him about Dainsleif. And while Zhongli does not confirm whether or not he knows Dainsleif, he says, like, he just mentions him as that person. He's very vague about Dainsleif. I don't know what A knows, though. I don't know if she knows anything about them. Who knows? Sorry to ask something completely unrelated, but what do you think Piero's, Kaya's granddad, goal really is? With the chessboard and everything, how do you topple Celestia without unaliving the Archons? Well, seems like they're just stealing the no-sees, right? And they're trying to do something with them. I don't know what exactly the Tsaritsa has planned. But the ultimate goal seems to be to overthrow the gods. That's all we know. Your resin capped 2 hours ago and you didn't notice. You better spend that resin. Do it, do it, do it. The Abyss Twin probably met Makoto, but then she died. I mean, I would believe that. Zhongli being one of the oldest beings in the game means that he knows way too much. Yeah. Yeah, he knows way too much. But because of contracts and shit, he's just not saying anything. Maybe it's because 5 out of 7 are new Archons, but Venti and Zhongli are sus. But the thing is, it's not... I don't know how old A is, right? Because that was not immediately clear. I don't know how old she is. I don't even know how old Makoto was. I mean, they were twins, so they had to be the same age, but like, how old are they compared to Zhongli and Venti? How is a god even born? What's going on with that? It's all very confusing. A is like in her 2000s or something. Yeah, probably. But in theory, the sibling and Dainsleif traveled before the Cataclysm. Yes, but it sounds like, yeah, they did, right? Because it doesn't sound like Dainsleif was with the sibling when she went to Sumeru to help the Aranara, right? Because they make no mention of Dainsleif. They only talk about Nara Varuna, which is the sibling. So before A hid in her room, yeah. I don't know, y'all. It's all very everything is suspicious. Everything is suspicious. I question everything. I question everything they tell us. Everything they show us. All right. Let's finish this off.
On the beach and something got between me and my son, I'd go from catching rays to making waves pretty quickly too. Is that not how it went down?
He heard the whispered aspirations of a nation's people, and so challenged the embodiment of resplendent lightning. When a dream takes root in the midst of the infinite turbulence.
See? Yes, she called the seed a dream. She called the seed a dream.
Even eternity is given a new meaning.
She picked a fight with an Archon? This guy's a beast! Well, now I don't feel so bad about those beatings I took.
Freaking Enjo.
He caught the scent of verdure.
You know what? I feel bad for people that just chose to ignore the Enkanomiya stuff, because Enkanomiya is completely optional, right? And then Enjo only appears in the limited time event that had to deal with Enkanomiya. So the people who haven't done any of that don't even know who the fuck he is, which is really sad. I feel bad for the people that just skip. But I also get it. I mean, not everybody is interested in lore and stuff. But on that note, do you guys think that Enkanomiya should have been something that people can't skip instead of an optional area? Venti's body must be an artificial body from Celestia like A's because he is a wind sprite. Yeah, so he made his vessel with the Gnosis. That's like one of the first things that he did when he won the Archon War. He is in the official Enkanomiya, but he has no VA, which is sad. Yeah, but we didn't get the extra Enkanomiya content. Yeah. Yeah. Whether it's canon or not, the way that Luminous is speaking so endearingly to Ether here makes me question whether we're on the same side. Well, I don't think we're on the same side, unfortunately. But I think they love each other very much. I feel like she's just resolved to whatever she has to do, and she's determined to do whatever she has to do, no matter the cost, which makes me really afraid. I hope both of the siblings end up alive by the end of the game. Yeah, I wish that event for Enkanomiya was permanent too. Yeah. How does he maintain his vessel if his Gnosis is gone? I mean, good point. I don't freaking know. Oh, he used his power to create the vessel, but that doesn't mean he needs to maintain. He needs it to maintain it. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm sure we'll hear about it later. Venti's body is the body of a bard who tried to kill Mondstadt's past ruler. Yeah, it's of his friend, the nameless bard. I think Enkanomiya was one of the most important parts lore-wise. The entire Sun and Moon book is like every lore enjoyer's wet dream. Yeah. Like, there were so many important things in Enkanomiya. So the fact that it's like a skippable area, I don't know how I feel about that. But then again, I don't really care because I played through it, so why do I care? He can create illusions, can't he? Just like he did with the lyre. Yeah, but it even seems like that has a time limit, because even the little magic that he performed on the lyre didn't last. No, sorry, not permanent. What I mean is optional. So Enkanomiya is an optional area that people can just choose to go into. So you don't technically have to do anything related to Enkanomiya. No, Venti didn't take his friend's body. He just made a vessel. Yeah, he just made a vessel to look like him. Unreconciled stars, anyone? Good lord. That too is another optional event or limited time event that I wish was permanent because it was important. But whatever. Have you noticed that Paimon acts strange fatigued in areas with leyline issues, like in the Chasm and Tainari's story quest? It's very sus. Especially her feeling fatigued in the Chasm. In that one. It's kind of sus. Paimon's sus. Yeah, but the fact that he can even create temporary illusions is interesting. Yeah. Venti, I don't know the scope of Venti's power. It's really hard to tell. At one point, he moved mountains, and now he just does cheap illusions and parlor tricks, I guess. Okay, we're almost done with this.
And the fragrance of roses. And then...
Your Highness?
Let's continue another time. Sooner or later, he will make his mark on the desert.
You're not wrong, but, marks don't last very long on the desert sand.
Oh my god, Injo.
I wonder what choices you will make. Ether.
Shall I come with you, or... guessing that's a no.
Wait, shall I come with you? Does that imply she's going to, like, stalk Ether? Well, that doesn't imply anything. She could be going who knows where. But where is she going at the end of this trailer? Is she going to be in the desert? Are we going to see her in the desert? We haven't seen her in a long time. Oh, wait. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. Someone said that she was in the trees. Where in the trees? Where? There's the Aranara popping up from flowers. Ah, there she is. That's cute. So she's been watching us this entire time. That is so sus. She's monitoring our progress. We've seen her in Mondstadt. She was tailing us in Liyue. Inazuma, she somehow knew about the stuff that was going on in the realm of consciousness, which is really suspicious. And then maybe she was just like, when the Traveler and A and Yae, Miko, and Paimon had that big conversation afterwards in the Grand Narukami Shrine, and they recount everything to Yae Miko, maybe Lumine was like hiding somewhere and she heard that entire conversation. Maybe that's why she knows. That would make sense, right? This doesn't help my theory that these two were definitely supposed to be star gods, eons. Oh, they're definitely They're definitely like star gods or whatever. They keep on referring to them as the sun. Suns are stars. Yeah, Lumine was stalking us during Lantern Rite too. She was, even in this thing, she's like depicted on one of the roofs. One of the rooftops, yeah. Like watching the fireworks. She's waiting for our adventurer rank to go up so we can play co-op together. Oh my goodness. Paimon is secretly reporting everything to Lumine. Oh my gosh. So while the traveler's asleep, she's like, Lumine, this is what we did today. This is what we did today. I don't know. Paimon sus, Lumine sus, everybody sus. Everybody fucking sus. Enjo better be playable. I got some news for you, and it's not good news. He's an Abyss Lector. I hope we could. I want to play as him, but it's highly likely he won't be playable, which is sad. The Traveler tells A they were a shooting star. There's like a whole bunch of shooting star shit referring to the Travelers. Like even in that side quest about that dude who was making films, even he refers to the Traveler as a star, and the Traveler's like, oh yeah, I am a star. Something like that. Star Gods are finally being introduced in Honkai Star Rail. My bad on the randomness there. Oh yeah, Honkai Star Rail. I think I'm going to play that game. I don't know if I'm going to make videos about it, but I think I'm going to play that game. It looks good. Not the Tatara Tales, but it was like whatever film he was making, but it was that dude. I think it was that guy or someone else who was making a film. We already have a playable Abyss Lector. He is called Kaya. Ooh, even his constellations give him shield when he gets low HP. I mean, true. True. Kaya sus. Secretly an Abyss Order agent. Maybe he meant star as someone famous. Yes, but I also think it might have been a pun on the fact that the Travelers are constantly referred to as stars. And they are also called, or not even called, but like shown as shooting stars when we first see them in the game. Wait, Catherine Nahida being attacked in 3.1 was such a shocking moment. It was. It was really shocking, but I'm just wondering why they did that. Like, does it affect Nahida? That's the big question. Does attacking the thing that she's controlling affect her somehow? Or were they just trying to sever her connection to Catherine? Who knows? Nah, I don't think Kaya is evil. I don't think he's gonna be evil at the end of the day, but I do think we may, we might come to blows with him eventually. Possibly. Possibly. But I don't think he's overall evil. Is that in real life or a dream, though? Who knows? I would assume it's in real life because, and I'm assuming you're talking about like the Catherine getting stabbed, because Nahida was, we saw Nahida controlling Catherine in real life, right? I think it happened in the real life. Possibly. Okay, y'all, I think we're done with this. And the last thing I wanted to do, goodness, I can't remember who said it, who wanted me to look up the lore concerning a weapon or something. Who was it? Are you still here? Please tell me you're still here. Please tell me you're still here. I forgot about that. I was supposed to read the lore of something that somebody had asked me. Onion will be like, Paimon is loyal to Lucifer. What grass you guys on? Yes. And I think the twins be Lucifer. Yeah, Traveler thought of herself as a star, the heavenly bodies, versus Xander meant movie star. That was the vibe of the lines. Gotcha. But I mean, like, it could have been like a subtle nod as well to the Traveler actually being a star. Did you look at the new anime announcement trailer? Yes. We talked about that. Oh, Spire of Solitary Enlightenment. Gyan, you're right. You said that. All right, let's look it up. Spire of Solitary Enlightenment. Let's go here. Oh, okay, so this is a domain. Oh my gosh, ads, go away. In ancient times, this was a great and beautiful place, seemingly made to bless the children of humanity. But the arrow of heaven would descend, making mountains out of flat land and burying the ancient capital beneath the hills. Okay, so like, is the arrow a nail? Is that what we're going with? Because it seems like a lot of the domains around to that were probably hit by either nails or like objects that are like nails. What is this? I cannot read this. Prat Yeka I'm so sorry. Isolated Buddha is one of the 3 types of enlightened beings according to some schools of Buddhism. They are said to achieve enlightenment on their own or through an event, without the use of teachers or guides, but also do not lead others to enlightenment. Interesting. So they're different from like bodhisattvas, who are on the path to enlightenment and also help other people out to attain enlightenment. And interesting. So they, okay, that's interesting. Buddhism is so complex. I have to learn a lot more about it, and Hinduism. I don't know what y'all were doing in India, but y'all, like, Buddhism and Hinduism are so interesting. It's so complex, though. Oh, someone mentioned this earlier. Wait, I didn't read. The Spire of Solitary Enlightenment. Ah. The Moonpiercer weapon talks about the Sealies. Yes, it does. The Moonpiercer is very sus, and it talks about the sisters. We're gonna go over it in... Why don't we look at it now? Boop. So this... this basically confirms... I won't say confirms, but it highly implies that one of the sisters did not die, which was kind of like what my question was in Paimon's True Identity, about one of the moons remaining in the sky while the other 2 just like completely crumbled away. That was really suspicious. Why would one stay in the sky and then the other 2 disappeared? But then this says, the last of the sisters was so overcome with sorrow that she would never leave her palace again. So that implies she didn't die. She just went into her palace, which I think is the Lunar Palace, because the sisters were said to have inhabited the Lunar Palace. Yeah, and the architecture around him looks like the Akademiya. The Scaramouche boss? Yes. Yeah, it's probably Soleil. Probably in the Akademiya somewhere. People were saying like it could be in the library area, because if you go in there, there's like an elevator we can't go up. So maybe that will lead to the boss fight. Who knows? Everyone is Otto. Is the Scarlet King Otto Apocalypse? Yeah, he's probably a counterpart to Otto, which is really suspicious. In the original Chinese, Morax descended from somewhere that wasn't Celestia. I don't know where Zhongli came from. I don't know how gods are born. Wait until you get into Taoism. Oh gosh. Another thing I need to look up. But yes, there's a lot of lore we're going to cover, especially this thing right here. The other thing that was interesting to me was because the 3 sisters who mirror each other, which is an interesting thing to say, long to be reunited, which also tells me that maybe none of the sisters are dead. That's what I've been saying this entire time, because I don't think they're actually dead. I don't think any of them are dead. But this mirror each other part is interesting. My interpretation of this is, I think it has something to do with, so you know the Triquetra, right, is representative of the Maiden, Mother, and Crone. and the maiden, mother, and crone are representative of different stages of a woman's life. So maybe that's what that means as far as mirroring each other. Maybe it is in reference to them being shades or emanations of the primordial one. So they mirror each other because they're kind of different aspects of the same being. But I don't know, this little line jumped out at me. Are we still gonna? Okay, you know what? No, it's over. Let's end it here. I think 4 hours is good enough, y'all. What the fuck? These fucking ads. But thank you guys for joining me. That was a very long conversation about many different things. But I hope y'all enjoyed. And this was a good conversation. 4 hours and 13 minutes. Jesus. All right, y'all. Yeah, I'm going to log off and I'm going to get to work on... Oh, I showed you some of my script right there. I'm going to get to work on finishing my little script for the video that I want to release concerning the 3.1 trailer. It's going to be a little bit of an analysis. And then after that, expect part 2. I'm shooting to get it out before 3.1 comes out. It may come out a little bit after. Let's see how many. We have a little less than 2 weeks. I think it can be done, but we will see. But I should have the analysis video on the 3.1 trailer out within the next couple of days. That won't take that long to do. But thanks you guys. You took a power nap, so you're good stoic. I'm gonna go get something to eat. It was good to have this conversation with y'all. But have a good day, night. I hope it was fun for everyone, and I will see ya later. Have a great day, night, afternoon. Bye-bye.